main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Condor Sea. Please recommend. In the ruins of the temple under the deep sea, unexpected situations occurred one after another. The Horus Scepter suddenly changed. After swallowing the crystal of the sea and sky, the wings of the condor on it shone with strange light, and it stretched out its claws to attack the evil creature, so fast that people could not see clearly. After all, the evil creature was extraordinary. With a wild roar, a blue light appeared above its head, and a dark blue halo was derived in an instant, just like his bloodline Soul Soldier, but this time it was a shield-shaped Soul Soldier. Clang! The sharp claws of the Horus Condor were like swords, cutting on the bloodline Soul Shield, and a metallic sound was heard in an instant. With a bang, the shield cracked, but it blocked the Condor's claws that broke through the top. However, at this moment, the Condor's wings intertwined with the light of the spell pattern and gently flapped, and 2 gusts of wind whistled, turning into a tornado, breathing out of thin air in the temple, swirling around the evil creature. At this moment, the evil creature was imprisoned in the swirling small storm, and its movement speed was greatly affected. The change of Horus's staff was indeed beyond the evil creature's expectation. He was attacked by the condor at this time, and thinking of Fang Sui watching him covetously, he had already begun to think of leaving. His whole body was surging with blue blood power, and the light was flowing, protecting himself in the center, and forcibly rushed out of the small storm driven by the condor. But at the moment he rushed out of the storm confinement range, he suddenly saw a black light in front of him. It was Fang Sui's Hades divine spear piercing his forehead like a poisonous dragon. The extraordinary of the evil creature was revealed at this moment. Under such circumstances, it could still teleport out of thin air, and in a posture that violated the principles of mechanics, it moved back a few feet and saved its life. But before he could rejoice, he was shocked to see Fang Sui approaching like a ghost, and his fist shining like the sun hit him head on. Fang Sui's punch was fierce. The evil creature had tried its best to dodge it before. It barely transformed into a faint blue light, but was pierced by Fang Sui's punch and finally hit its forehead. At this moment, even time seemed to stop. A cracking sound was heard. The frontal bone of the evil creature was completely shattered. At the same time, a raging fire poured into its head, completely igniting its head from the inside out. The evil creature did not die immediately. An extremely brilliant dark blue light burst out from his body, and his whole body was bright and beautiful, better than colored glaze. His eyes swallowed and spit out 2 extremely resentful lights. He stared at Fang Sui like a venomous snake, but he seemed to be chanting a strange spell. The sleeping one will eventually revive in the cycle of time. The blue blood of the starry sky nourishes my body. Chaos is eternal, and the inheritance is indestructible. The strange words in his mouth gradually became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared. The light in his eyes dissipated and slowly closed. Suddenly, the whole body of the evil creature began to burn, completely ignited by the flames that Fang Sui had shot into its head. Finally, with a bang, his entire body disintegrated into a blue aura, disappeared into nothingness, and was completely incinerated by the flames. Unlike the previous times, when he turned into blue smoke and escaped Fang Sui's pursuit, this time, after his whole body disintegrated into a blue smoke, a blue prismatic crystal fell to the ground with a snap. Before Fang Sui could take a closer look, a faint light flashed in front of him, and the blue crystal had been grabbed by the Hades cat with a single claw holding the 3-eyed skull, and swallowed it into its stomach. This action was so fast that it was like flowing water, without even a pause. This scene showed that the blue crystal should be the essence left after the death of the evil creature, which was eaten by this cat without any hesitation, for fear that someone would get there first. After eating, it opened and closed its big black and shiny eyes, and immediately glanced at the Horus eagle in the air, looking quite complacent. At the same moment, at the other end of the hall, Hel Rauyu's face changed drastically under the attack of the mummy, and she screamed in dismay, as if the evil creature died, and she was also injured. There was a faint image of a stone urn between her eyebrows. It was the mysterious stone urn that Fang Sui had seen in the cliff ruins. When the evil creature was born, it was loaded into it. At this time, an irreparable fracture had appeared in the center of the stone urn, reflected between Hel Raoyu's eyebrows. Fang Sui sneered and looked at Hel Raoyu, who was standing there in a daze after the mummy stopped temporarily. Her face was as hen, and she suddenly screamed, "Do you know how stupid you are? Killing the only remaining blue-blooded saint in the world means you have lost the chance to follow the gods and leave this world." Fang Sui looked calm and said lightly, "If he is so noble, why did he lose to me and die miserably here?" Hel Raoyu's face turned even paler. Fang Sui's words, combined with the fact that he had just killed the evil creature, made it impossible for her to respond, but she still screamed, "Your stupidity has lost the only chance to find the gods." Fang Sui said no more and said coldly, "Kill her." A black gas immediately gushed out of the mouth of the undead mummy, covering Hel Raoyu. Crack. Another almost shattering sound rang out, but Hel Raoyu did not die. When she was attacked, the shadow of the mysterious stone urn reappeared on her forehead. Although it was severely damaged, it still barely blocked the mummy's attack this time. Under Fang Sui's slightly surprised gaze, Hel Raoyu finally felt a trace of fear from the bottom of her heart and shouted, "I know the mystery of the gods." Seeing Fang Sui walking towards her unmoved, as if ready to do it himself, Hel Raoyu said anxiously, "I know the location of the gate to follow the gods to leave this world." Before Hel Raoyu finished her words, suddenly, a loud bang came, shaking the earth. The entire temple ruins were shaking violently. Fang Sui realized that it was the power core in the temple ruins that was absorbed by the Horus Eagle, causing the blue barrier outside that resisted the seawater and protected the ruins to no longer operate, and suddenly collapsed, causing the vast ocean water to roll back and pour in. In a moment, everything in the ruins was about to be destroyed. Just when Fang Sui's thoughts were not finished, a loud bang sounded again, and the entire temple had been completely shattered, and the surging seawater was swept in. Fang Sui only had time to send a thought to retrieve the mummy, and the seawater had already hit him. The powerful force made Fang Sui also hurried. He shouted wildly and derived the underworld armor outside his body to protect himself. In the chaotic situation of the seawater backflowing, Fang Sui's eyes shone with divine light, breaking through the seawater, scanning around, and immediately found Hel Raoyu, who was taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Fang Sui took a step forward, and his figure disappeared. He flashed to the place where Hel Raoyu escaped, raised his hand to strangle her throat, and under her horrified eyes, he backhanded a mysterious spell filled with black mist, and slapped it into Hel Raoyu's forehead. Fang Sui grabbed Hel Raoyu with one hand, and was about to rise to the surface of the sea. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light in front of him. It was the Horus Eagle. In the surging waves, it showed the majestic posture of fighting the sea, and came to Fang Sui at a great speed. Fang Sui immediately stepped onto the eagle's back. A faint light flashed around him again. It turned out that the cat was still holding the three-eyed skull with its claws. The rolling waves had no effect on it. It calmly jumped back onto Fang Sui's shoulder. Wow. The wings of the divine eagle were shining with dazzling brilliance. It had the ability to split the sea. The surrounding waves split sideways and rose into the air. In the short time of just blinking an eye, the vast ocean was splashed with water. A golden divine eagle with wings spread out, more than 3 feet long, broke out of the sea, fought against the sky, and suddenly climbed to the sky, overlooking the vast and boundless ocean. A piece of blue came into Fang Sui's eyes. He stood calmly on the eagle's back. He could touch the sky with his hand. His long hair was flying, as if he wanted to be a fairy. This scene of overlooking thousands of miles was indeed something Fang Sui had never experienced before. He felt very happy in his heart. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar like thunder, shaking the white clouds and causing ripples on the sea. Fang Sui stopped howling. His eyes were like gods, shining brightly. A drop of blue blood appeared on his fingertips, which had lost its spirituality and no longer had the strange luster of the past. The evil creature is finally dead, and this blood has lost all its vitality with his death. Fang Sui muttered to himself, but did not throw away the blue blood, and still sealed it in his palm with witchcraft. The Hel Raoyu in his other hand seemed to have its soul captured. with its eyes closed and silent. At this time, the seawater that rolled back into the ruins of the temple under the sea was coming to an end, and the waves and waves on the sea surface were also slowly calming down and finally quieted down. However, the deep sea dragon beast once again showed its trace under the sea, and its huge body was faintly emerging. Its huge eyes were closing underwater, as if looking up at Fang Sui in the sky. Fang Sui glanced at the sea surface below, and his thoughts were transmitted. The Horus eagle under his feet was shining with golden light, flapping its wings in the air, and flew away. In an instant, the divine eagle carrying Fang Sui turned into a stream of light, and flew away without a trace. All that was left was the vast sea and sky, floating clouds, and the sun shining in the clear sky. Chapter 102, Half a Year in a Hurry, please recommend. After Fang Sui left the underwater temple ruins, he did not go far away. First, he was seriously injured at this time, and needed to recover urgently. In addition, although the Horus eagle absorbed the sea and sky crystals, and was able to untie some constraints and revive, it was still restricted, and could not maintain the form of an eagle flying in the sky for a long time. Therefore, Fang Sui chose a nearby island in the surrounding sea area to land. The Horus eagle screamed and landed on the scepter in Fang Sui's hand again. Its body shrank, and turned into a golden sculpture again, which was extremely strange. With a bang, Hel Rao, who seemed to be dead and unconscious, was thrown on the ground. After the Horus eagle was unsealed this time, when Fang Sui used his blood to refine the scepter again, the Horus god eye on the top of the eagle's forehead on the scepter immediately showed unprecedented wonderful changes. A dazzling red light rushed out and projected a scripture in the air, which was a spell to summon the Horus eagle to fight. The spell explained that the Horus eagle, like a practitioner, had a process of growth that required multiple sacrifices and training. At this time, the eagle had just awakened from its deep sleep. Although its combat power far exceeded that of its peers, it was also at the level of an apostle. Like Fang Sui, it could be summoned to the world for no more than 1 hour a day. If it needed to fight, it would be summoned even shorter. Then there was another magical change. The Book of the Dead in Fang Sui's Sea of Consciousness split into a ray of black light, which fell into his hands, and turned into the Book of Summoning. The Scepter of Horus actually flew into the air, and merged into the Book of the Dead. The two merged together. Therefore, a new page appeared in the Book of the Dead Summoning. A page dedicated to the Scepter of Horus. A dazzling scepter pattern appeared on it, with a sacred eagle standing proudly on the staff, its eyes closed, and only one divine eye on its forehead opened, emitting a blazing divine light, illuminating the boundless darkness on the page. The next moment, Fang Sui's thoughts were transmitted, and the Book of Summoning turned into a black gas and disappeared again. Fang Sui looked at the island, where he was living at the moment. There was no beautiful scenery on the island. It was bare, with only a few sparse plants scattered around, covering an area of several miles. There was a small hill in the center of the island, with jagged rocks, like a dry old tree. After a period of time, Fang Sui stayed on this hill temporarily. He successfully killed the evil creature this time, and his heart seemed to have been untied, and he was more relaxed than ever before. This is of great benefit to cultivation, and it conforms to a kind of ethereal state where the world is like chaos, nothing is known, and there is no obsession. Fang Sui's current cultivation has once again reached a critical point. According to GAO, the apostle level of the god system can be divided into 3 small stages: the front, the middle, and the back. After Fang Sui entered the apostle level, he had a small breakthrough in the mausoleum of the Yellow Emperor, so he is currently in the middle stage of the apostle. If he can make another breakthrough, he can be promoted to the late stage of the apostle. In the vast mortal world, this is already considered to be a level close to the end, and few people can defeat him. Among the people Fang Sui had met, only the mysterious high priest was similar to him at this moment. In addition, when Fang Sui was traveling in the Shang dynasty, he felt 2 auras in the Shang dynasty palace, which were also extremely powerful, and not inferior to him. Of course, Fang Sui did not include Gao in his comparison. Her origin was a mystery, and she had obviously transcended the shackles of the mortal world, and was in the 4th stage of the Chasing Immortals level, which was equivalent to the realm of divine fire. It was far beyond the level that Fang Sui could touch and guess at present. It's finally time to return to Egypt. Fang Sui glanced at Hel Rauayu, who had been cast into a death curse by him, with black hair covering her forehead, and had not woken up for several days. Then he closed his eyes in deep thought, and fell into another practice. Time passed quickly. Fang Sui stayed on this isolated island overseas for more than 10 days, until his injuries recovered. During this period, he studied the three-eyed skull that the Hades cat always held as a treasure, which was very strange. He sensed a kind of evil power from it, which was like breathing, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This skull seemed to have life, and it was obviously hiding a great secret. Unfortunately, Fang Sui did not find anything else. Somewhat unexpectedly, Fang Sui saw the traces of the sea dragon beast in the sea outside the island for several days. It actually chased to the vicinity of this small island with some kind of breath, showing an abnormal hatred for Fang Sui and a posture of not giving up. In this situation, Fang Sui did not feel worried, but was complacent. What he most desired, of course, was to make continuous breakthroughs in cultivation, and one day he would reveal the true meaning of the end of life. But after killing the evil creatures, with his current cultivation, it was difficult to find an opponent. And the powerful deep sea dragon beast is one of the few powerful species that is still qualified to compete with him, and can play a role in training his own growth. Fang Sui estimated that, if the stage was used for conversion, the sea dragon beast should be in the late stage of the apostle level, which was only stronger than the current Fang Sui. After a period of time, this isolated and quiet island, that had been uninhabited for thousands of years, suddenly became lively, with deafening roars and fierce fighting almost every day. Fang Sui actually took the initiative to go out to sea many times, and fought fiercely with the sea dragon beast for days. In the first few days, Fang Sui returned with injuries every time, but as time passed, after a few months, he was covered in blood and the dark spear in his hand began to be stained with blood. He was able to fight head-on with the deep sea overlord, and both of them suffered injuries. Although Fang Sui was still at a disadvantage, he had made obvious progress compared to the early stage. At this time, Fang Sui did not stay for long and resolutely decided to leave the island and continue to go east in the vast ocean. While practicing more arduously, he embarked on a journey to Egypt again. He was preparing to cross the Pacific Ocean, and the difficulties and obstacles he might encounter along the way were imaginable. Even Fang Sui would have been deterred at first, but the birth of the Eagle of Horus gave him room to maneuver. If he encountered irresistible danger, he could rely on the power of the eagle to break through the air and escape. This made him determined to make a decision that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people and to cross the ocean. After Fang Sui was about to leave, he looked at Hel Rauayu, who had been imprisoned by the power of the spell, and was unconscious for days, and whispered, "The gate where the gods left. It was used to save Hel Rauayu's life when she was in crisis, so it should be true." Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot a beam of black light into Hel Rauayu's body. After a moment, she slowly woke up, her eyes quickly became clear, she turned her head to look around, and quickly understood her situation. After getting up, she was expressionless and silent. Fang Sui was not eager to ask about the secret of the Gate of the Gods. He said coldly, "You can follow the evil creature across the sea to the ruins, so you obviously have the ability to cross the sea. I'm leaving this isolated island now, you follow me." A light flashed in Hel Rauayu's eyes, and she snorted softly, but still did not speak. Fang Sui suddenly laughed inexplicably and said, "If you don't want to leave, I will let the mummy take off your clothes and let it carry you on the sea. What do you think?" Hel Rauayu's face changed suddenly. Her clothes were stripped off, and she was carried around by a mummy. This picture was too beautiful. Just thinking about it was enough to scare her. Hel Rauayu's chest rose and fell violently, and she finally chose to follow Fang Sui and walk on the water after leaving the island. When Fang Sui left the isolated island this time, the sea dragon beast was still entangled at first, and followed him closely. The two fought almost every day, and it was extremely tragic. But after a few months, the sea dragon beast let out a shocking wail after Fang Sui pierced its skull with a dark spear in a battle. Although the injury was not fatal, it never fought with Fang Sui again, and fled into the deep sea, escaping without a trace. Fang Sui stood on the surging sea with a dark spear in his hand and his eyes as bright as lightning. He had intended to kill the sea dragon beast. If he succeeded, its huge size and abundant blood would definitely be of great benefit to the undead who were good at devouring. Unfortunately, the sea dragon beast had become a spirit over the years, and it seemed to have foreseen the danger in advance. When it was slightly defeated, it gave up its hatred and fled into the sea, never to appear again. Fang Sui felt regretful. After that, he traveled between the vast sky and sea, heading east along the way. He spent an hour or so every day driving the condor to travel, but Hel Rauayu was very miserable. The condor was unruly and would not allow Hel Rauayu to climb on its back. It just grabbed her head with one claw and carried her flying. Although 1 hour a day was short, the condor broke through the air quickly, much faster than Fang Sui's usual running for several days. Therefore, although Fang Sui chose a long journey across the ocean, the time he spent along the way was much faster than the last time he returned to China from Egypt. 3 months later, he crossed the vast Pacific Ocean in the ancient land of North America and finally entered the Atlantic Ocean. There are countless mysterious legends here. The well-known Atlantis civilization is said to have sunk in the depths of this ocean. There are also the terrifying Bermuda and the 40,000 step sea entering stairs related to the Titans that have been passed down in ancient times, and other unsolved mysteries of mankind all occurred in the Atlantis waters. This place is like a core place where myths and legends are intertwined. Many incredible things have happened in the distant past. After Fang Sui came to the Atlantic Ocean, he made a special trip to the Bermuda area in the future to explore. He dived into the deep sea, and at the deepest part of the sea, he saw a huge gap that appeared and disappeared from a distance, like a crack in space. The crack was filled with a dangerous breath of destruction, and it was deep inside, as if it was connected to the other side of the starry sky. Fang Sui did not dare to approach rashly, and finally chose to retreat cautiously. He lingered in the Atlantic Ocean for a while, trying to find the secrets lost in the depths of the sea, but the relevant relics of the Atlantis civilization, which was said to have been built by even the gods, never appeared. When Fang Sui went east again, and saw the land again, he saw endless yellow sand in front of him, and finally landed on the African land again. The endless sea of sand in front of him was the world famous place of death, the Western Sahara Desert. At this time, according to him, he had been in a hurry for more than half a year, since he left China. After that, Fang Sui either drove the condor, or buried his head in a hurry. In less than 10 days, Egypt was already in sight. Chapter 103 The Mystery of the Skull. Please recommend. Arriving here, Fang Sui slowed down his pace instead, and was not in a hurry to enter Egypt immediately. In the desert sea of yellow sand, he found an area with undulating low mountains, and stayed there temporarily. This was a decision Fang Sui made, after thinking about it. Although his strength had improved rapidly after returning this time, and he had already been promoted to the ranks of the masters of the world, he was not so arrogant as to think that there was no one in the whole of Egypt. In the holy city of Thebes alone, there were unfathomable high priests and Egyptian pharaohs who had never appeared, and whose strength was unpredictable. Fang Sui slowed down his pace here temporarily, preparing to convert the experience he had gained from running around in recent times into a force to promote his own progress. After more thorough preparation, he returned to Thebes in peak condition. Moreover, during his recent practice, he constantly sensed the surging of his internal energy, which obviously meant that he was not far from the next breakthrough in cultivation. Hel Rauayu had suffered several times since being imprisoned by Fang Sui. Now, following Fang Sui, she has become much more honest and rarely speaks along the way. She had thought clearly that Fang Sui had the ability to summon the Horus Eagle, which meant that she had no chance of escaping. Who could escape the sharp pursuit of the Horus Eagle? More importantly, it was obvious that Fang Sui must have used other means on her. This unknown restriction was what Hel Rauayu feared the most. Therefore, she had been following Fang Sui silently for several days without any intention of resistance, and the two of them lived in peace. At this time, Fang Sui chose to stay in the desert for a while. Hell Rao was very conscious and immediately turned around and found a place 100 feet away to avoid being an eyesore in front of Fang Sui. In fact, Fang Sui was quite tired of taking Hell Rao with him these days, and he had thought about killing her. He had used witchcraft to prohibit and try to explore the secrets that Hell Rao knew, but the souls of all intelligent beings were the most complex and mysterious things without exception. With Fang Sui's current means, he was far from being able to casually spy on the secrets of other people's souls. After casting spells several times, he still didn't get anything, so he always brought Hell Rao with him. When Fang Sui settled down in this area temporarily, he fell into hard practice day and night. Fang Sui traveled thousands of miles again this time, and now his experience is so rich that he dare to say that few people in the world can match it. This is naturally a great driving force for practice. Just stepping on the ground, walking around, and feeling what he sees and hears along the way are already a kind of experience wealth. It is also a great help to the tempering and practice of the mind, which is extremely precious. He calmed down and practiced at this time, turning all these experiences into a kind of wisdom accumulation and motivation, so as to help himself and promote the power in his body to continue to grow. Fang Sui's practice this time, he has been feeling that his cultivation is constantly improving for several days. The divine soil in his body is shaking, as if it can connect to a mighty breath in the deepest part of the earth. When it is running, it runs through every secret in the body and reaches everywhere. But the breakthrough in realm is not so easy. He tried many times, but he never succeeded in making another breakthrough and advancing to the late stage of the apostle realm. That night, Fang Sui sat cross-legged on a large stone, practicing under a canopy of stars. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, but it still didn't work. He only felt the aura surging throughout his body during his practice, but he never reached the level of shaking the internal barriers and breaking into a new realm. Fang Sui was in a very good state of mind and was not impatient. He turned to practice the ever-changing death spells in the Book of the Dead, circulated the power of the underworld, transformed into the underworld armor, and began to engrave the power of death spells on the armor. After that, he asked for the three-eyed skull from the underworld cat, held it in his hands, and studied it. Fang Sui didn't know the value of the skull called the Yasu tribe by the evil creatures, and where it was specifically reflected. He turned his head and glanced at Hell Rao. Hell Rao came over without being called. When she looked at the skull in Fang Sui's hand, a light flashed in her eyes. She said, according to the blue-blooded people, that is, the evil creatures, the skull of the Yasu tribe contains some kind of secret of inheritance, and it seems to involve how to leave this world. Fang Sui sneered secretly. What Hell Rao said was obviously not all she knew. The most mysterious part of this skull is naturally the third eye on its forehead. It seems that there is an independent space hidden in it, and there is a mysterious power swirling, which is extremely deep. With Fang Sui's eyesight, he can't see through the secret. But when he tried to probe his spiritual power into the eye socket on the forehead of the skull suddenly had a wonderful reaction. Countless bright spots appeared on the entire jade-carved skull in an instant, shining like stars in the sky. At the same moment, Fang Sui had an unprecedented feeling. When his spirit fell into the skull, it was as if he had crossed the barrier of distance and walked into a vast and deep cosmic void. In an instant, Fang Sui's spirit seemed to travel in the vast starry sky. He could clearly sense the powerful power of the universe outside the sky. Suddenly, there was a force that seemed to come from the sky. It flashed through Fang Sui's spiritual world like lightning, and then followed some unpredictable aura and suddenly poured into his body. Fang Sui's divine soil in his body suddenly emitted a mysterious fluctuation, and his body was also blooming with a hazy light, as if surrounded by the stars in the sky. The three-eyed skull in his hand was shaking continuously, and the light spots on the surface kept flickering. This strange feeling was fleeting. The next moment, Fang Sui's spiritual power had been uncontrollably withdrawn from the skull. His eyes suddenly became bright, and he probed his spiritual power into the skull again, but he could no longer repeat the scene he had just experienced, and he gained nothing else. Fang Sui's eyes kept showing a thoughtful look. The process of probing his spirit into the skull was like amplifying his spiritual power through the skull, so as to sense the power in the outer space. Or, the skull itself was like a door of time and space. Passing through it, the spiritual power could be extended to the vast universe. This was of course very magical, but there was still a great danger. If you were not careful, you might lose your spirit in the boundless starry sky and be unable to retrieve it, thus dying. Hel Rao, who was standing by, could not help but flash with surprise when she saw Fang Sui touching the skull and the starlight emanating from her body. Fang Sui never raised his head, but he accurately grasped all her subtle changes and suddenly asked, "What do you know?" Hel Rao quickly responded. The evil creature said that the spiritual space in the skull is difficult to be touched. It requires special blood or opportunity to do it. Therefore, I was surprised to see that you could cause the skull to glow. Suddenly, Fang Sui flipped his hand and a ray of black light shot out, hitting Hel Rao's eyebrows and disappearing in a flash. Fang Sui said, "There is a price to pay for lying. This black light is a death spell. The intelligence of those who are cursed will decrease by 1 point every day. After 1 month, the originally smart people will become ordinary. After 2 months, they will become idiots who are not as good as ordinary people, and will never lie again. I don't know what will happen in 3 months. Hel Rao, you seem to want to try it." After that, he ignored Hel Rao, whose face changed slightly, threw the skull back to the dark cat, and closed his eyes to practice again. Hel Rao, this woman, knew at first sight that she was a conceited and intelligent person. What she was most proud of was her calm and ruthless calculations and wisdom. Because of this, Fang Sui's words of attack, combined with the strange spells on the Book of the Dead, were far more frightening to a conceited and smart person like Hel Rao than any torture. Thinking that she would eventually become an idiot, and even unable to think independently, Hel Rao's heart was filled with uncontrollable fear, and her whole body was cold to the bone. At this time, Fang Sui had already entered into another round of practice. However, just when he closed his eyes and circulated the power in his body, something unexpected happened. Chapter 104 Return to Egypt. Please recommend. In previous practice, the divine soil in Fang Sui's body has always been able to communicate with the earth's ki and nourish his own strength. But this time is different. As soon as he closed his eyes, the divine soil in his body vibrated, not only connecting the power of the earth, but also another kind of breath, which was also pulled by the operation of the divine soil and integrated into Fang Sui's body. He silently sensed and found that the trace of power came from the sky, as if the divine soil was not only absorbing the earth's mighty power, but also pulling the power of the stars and the moon. Fang Sui understood it immediately. This abnormality was obviously related to the strange experience of traveling through the universe when he probed his thoughts into the three-eyed skull. It seemed to have triggered a kind of key connection between Fang Sui and the vast sky. In addition, the power of the earth originally came from the planet Earth, which can also be said to be a kind of star power. Therefore, since the divine soil in the Sea of Ki can pull the breath of the earth, it is not surprising that it can attract a little power of the stars and the moon into the body. At this time, the power from the sky was very weak, but it was the increase of this weak power that made the divine soil in Fang Sui's body seem to be ignited, and a powerful and unparalleled dark energy surged out of it, flying and flowing in his body. Fang Sui whistled and stood up. Without any deliberate movement, he had already derived a dark spear in his hand that was much clearer than ever before. The next moment, Fang Sui launched a set of spear techniques like flowing clouds and water, and the spear light was like lightning circling the sky. This set of spear techniques has no fixed pattern at all. It is not from Pharaoh Men's, nor is it a spear technique that Fang Sui has developed in recent years by comprehending the principles of heaven. Instead, he sensed a breath of energy between heaven and earth, was touched, and did it casually. His spear was deployed, and each move was like a Pegasus stepping into the air, an antelope hanging its horns, and the trajectory was difficult to find. It was also like a long river, with a majestic momentum and unstoppable. Boom. Fang Sui finally threw the dark spear in his hand, and the spear tip shot out like a meteor from outer space, shooting towards another hill dozens of feet away, and actually poked a hole through the top of the hill. Such power almost surpassed the limit of power that mortals could achieve. Fang Sui laughed happily. Although every time he touched the mysterious skull, there was great danger. Once the spirit could not bear it, he would die silently. But if he could successfully escape from the process of touching the skull, there would be unexpected gains. This time, Fang Sui felt the power of the outer space in advance, which triggered the growth of power in his body. Although he still could not be promoted to the late stage of apostle, it had made his cultivation more powerful. I think he would be able to make another breakthrough in the near future. The next moment, Fang Sui suddenly moved. He ran down the hill where he lived and practiced in seclusion faster than a startled horse, and went towards Egypt like thunder. The time to enter Egypt has arrived. Hel Rao, who stayed where she was, heard Fang Sui's voice from afar, saying, "You come by yourself to Thebes." 2 days later, the winding and majestic Nile River appeared in front of Fang Sui's sight. This time he returned from the Atlantic Ocean to the Western Sahara Desert, and then returned to Egypt in a straight line. Fang Sui originally expected that the turning point would be facing the city of Thebes in the middle reaches of the Nile River. But after seeing the Nile River, he looked at the surrounding terrain and found that it was slightly deviated. His current location was obviously somewhere further north in Egypt and was closer to Memphis, another mythical city in Egypt. Fang Sui's eyes turned, and a hint of coldness flashed across his face. The evil witch who had been chasing him for a long time, and was later killed by him, mainly had Memphis as his sphere of influence in Egypt. However, the evil witch had chased into China alone, and followed his team, to chase Fang Sui all the way, but he had already sent him back to Egypt, in the city of Memphis. When Fang Sui crossed the Nile River, and ran south along the coast, he saw a magnificent city that was no less majestic than Thebes in the night. This is the famous Memphis in ancient Egypt. It is located in the south of the Nile Delta. It is majestic, and connected to the sky, like a majestic peak. There are 2 huge stone statues of gods on the left and right of the city gate. They are very heavy and guard Memphis like 2 gods of war. On the top wall of the city gate, the god Abyss is depicted. It is the sacred animal of the local god of Memphis. Most of the time, it appears in the image of a bull with the sun and the sacred snake Ulaeus on its head. The history of this ancient city is much older than that of Thebes. Before Thebes rose, it was always the capital of Egypt. According to legend, this ancient city was built by Pharaoh Menes, who unified Upper and Lower Egypt during the first dynasty. Like Thebes, the city is divided into 2 main areas, the resting place of the pharaohs, where soldiers are stationed, and the daily routine of the Egyptian residents, like 2 cities within a city. In the area where the pharaohs of all generations rest in the city, there is also a huge stepped pyramid, which is used to place the pharaohs' mummies. The stepped pyramid is different from the pyramids commonly seen in later generations. It is built in a layered and layered manner, but it is also majestic and mysterious. In the dark night, Fang Sui sneaked into the city of Memphis calmly. The buildings in the city are strange and ancient in form, and there are countless statues scattered around, which fully reflects the Egyptians' worship of the gods. It was late at night, and the city was quiet and no one was around. Near the center of the city, there is a long and wide ancient street, at the end of which is a continuous and magnificent palace. This is the palace of the evil god in Memphis, second only to the bedroom where the pharaoh lived when he came, and the sacrificial temple. The palace of the evil god is where the evil witch is in charge, and where his followers gather. The palace of the evil god worships Set, the evil god who represents deserts, storms, and chaos. In Egypt, a country with a strong mythological color in the coexistence of multiple gods, the palace of the evil god has an authoritative position second only to the sacrificial court in northern Egypt. All the followers under their jurisdiction practice violent and bloodthirsty witchcraft and kill cruelly. Although the evil witch is dead, the news has not been passed back to Egypt, and even if it is passed back, for many followers who revere the evil witch as a god, no one's faith will be shaken. They believe that the evil witch is a messenger of the gods who is protected by the evil god Set, and can be infinitely reincarnated and immortal. Even if he dies for a while, there will definitely be a moment when he will come back to the world. In the absence of the evil witch, this palace of Set's faith will be managed by the chief follower under the evil witch. At this dark moment, the 4 disciples guarding the evil god's palace suddenly felt something, and shouted in unison, "Who dares to approach the evil god's palace at will? Get out!" Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the darkness, as if lightning pierced the void. Silently, a blood hole appeared between the eyebrows of the 4 disciples guarding the gate. Fang Sui walked out of the darkness with a dark spear in his hand. His face was cold and ruthless. He walked calmly and stepped into the main gate of the evil god's palace. After he passed by, another dark wind of death blew, and in an instant, the bodies of the 4 dead disciples melted. This was the mummy that had advanced last time. It activated the undead witchcraft and turned into a dark wind to follow Fang Sui, and was also swept into the evil god's palace. Tonight, the arrival of Killing is destined. Chapter 105. He is back. Please recommend on Monday. Over the city of Memphis, the night was deep, and dark clouds covered the moon. In the huge palace of the evil god, there was a silent figure moving forward like a ghost, driving straight into it. This shadow was undoubtedly Fang Sui. The palace of the evil god was densely restricted and heavily guarded. Even many buildings along the way were engraved with evil spells, which would emit invisible and intangible power to attack every unauthorized intruder. But as Fang Sui continued to go deeper, the divine soil in his body frequently vibrated. Every time he passed a place engraved with evil spells, he would absorb and devour the power that invaded his body and turn it into invisible. Fang Sui moved forward very quickly and had passed 4 palaces in a row without alarming anyone. At this moment, suddenly a man walked out from behind a large hall in front of him and faced Fang Sui face to face. This man was also a master and was one of the people in the team that had followed the evil witch to chase Fang Sui. When he suddenly saw Fang Sui, a look of extreme surprise flashed across his face. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt a chill under his neck. Fang Sui's dark spear had already reached this person's neck. Where are all the people who have chased me? Fang Sui's cold and ruthless voice sounded. Today, Lord Patap, a general under Morius, is visiting. Everyone is gathered in the evil god temple. The man was forced by the dark spear to the throat, and his eyes were full of fear. He lowered his voice and responded. Puff. The dark spear was sent forward and pierced the man's throat. The divine light in his eyes dissipated, and he died immediately. The dark wind swept over, and the fallen body disappeared. Fang Sui's dark spear disappeared in a flash, and he continued to go deeper. The stars and the moon in the sky were sparse, and the dark night was pressing down, revealing a suffocating darkness. At this time, in the main hall deep in the evil god palace, under the giant statue of the evil god Set, there stood a dozen people with extraordinary momentum. Among them, 2 people were the most eye-catching and particularly different. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked like a general, tall and broad. The other had a clean face, no hair or beard, shrewd eyes, and a strong and sturdy body. The 2 of them were both very heroic. Just standing there casually, they made the other 10 or so people in the palace feel as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on their hearts, and they were under a huge pressure that they dared not breathe. The general in leather armor was naturally Patap, a strong man under Morius. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "It has been nearly 2 years since the evil witch left, and there has been no news for more than a year. His Highness Morius asked me to ask if the evil palace has received any news from the evil witch." The man with an imposing demeanor, a bald head, and eyes that were as bright as substance was the most famous disciple under the evil witch, named Muhan. It was said that this person was extremely talented and was almost as good as the evil witch in terms of cultivation. At this moment, his eyes flickered slightly, and for some reason, even the candlelight in the hall began to sway unsteadily, as if there was an inexplicable power in his eyes, which could affect the candlelight without any deliberate effort, showing how powerful his mental fluctuations were. He responded in a deep voice, "Please ask Lord Ta to go back and tell His Highness Morius that my evil god palace will definitely take back the scepter of Horus and give it to His Highness. As for the whereabouts of Lord Evil Witch, I have no information. Although this is abnormal, he is a messenger chosen by the evil god to walk in the world. There is absolutely no power in this world that can cause Lord Evil Witch to have an accident. Lord Ta can rest assured." Patta hummed lightly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, "I heard that there is a spiritual secret between you, Muhan, and the evil witch that is not hindered by distance. You can sense each other. Can't you confirm the situation of the evil witch?" Muhan's expression did not change at all, but he laughed contemptuously and said, the implication of your words is to ask Lord Evil Witch, if it is possible, that he was killed by the fleeing slaves. Suddenly his face straightened, and he said decisively, this is absolutely impossible. If the slave fights against Lord Evil Witch, there will be no other possibility, except being intercepted and killed. Pata smiled, as if he had something else to say, but everyone in the hall suddenly heard a voice coming from outside the hall, saying in a cold voice, the evil witch will not come back, he is dead. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. It should be noted that there has been no news about the evil witch for such a long time, and the possibility that he has encountered an unexpected event has long been suspected by the people present, but no one dared to speak out. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out, saying what everyone was thinking, which really made everyone's heart jump. Just when everyone was slightly shocked, a young man with long hair and a body as agile and powerful as a cheetah walked in from outside the hall. This man was Fang Sui. On his shoulder, squatted a dark cat that used the three-eyed skull as a ball, and performed all kinds of tricks. In fact, it looked quite funny. But as soon as he stepped into the hall, there was a bang, and the ground of the hall immediately responded to him strangely, shaking and shaking, and then the whole hall was shaking, because of his entry, and his power was extremely intimidating. Fang Sui walked in with a dark cat squatting on his shoulder, looking very imposing. It was so strange, that even stunning the whole audience was not enough to describe it. Everyone, including Muhan and Pata, was shocked. Muhan and Pata suddenly felt a kind of aura that was difficult to describe. Their eyes lit up at the same time. You are Fang Sui, they shouted. Fang Sui walked to the center of the hall with people around him and said, it's me. As soon as he finished speaking, another person in the hall suddenly stepped forward and shouted, how dare you sneak back to Egypt to seek death. This person's eyes were strange, with deep black pupils and strange power. People dared not look directly at him. He was the ghost eye who had followed the evil witch to hunt Fang Sui. Suddenly, a deep shout rang out, be careful. It was Muhan's eyes that lit up, and he opened his mouth. At the same time, a faint light like lightning flashed through the air in the hall. Crack. Gimu's eyes froze instantly, and he could no longer emit a terrifying light. He fell slowly, and died without any external scars on his body. He was killed by Fang Sui's spear tip, which exhaled a supreme sharp aura. Although there were no scars on the surface, his forehead had been pierced by the spear tip, and he died tragically in an instant. Fang Sui stabbed Gimu, a master who was almost at the level of an apostle, to death with one move. He was so powerful that everyone in the hall was shocked, and a trace of horror flashed across their faces. At this time, a figure shouted coldly, and with unparalleled force, he rushed out like lightning, and killed Fang Sui. But two more shadows, that could not be seen clearly appeared in the hall in an instant, and a fierce collision and confrontation broke out. The next moment, following closely behind Fang Sui, a black gas floated in from outside the hall. The black gas spread rapidly, and everyone found that the swaying firelight in the hall was blocked by the black gas and disappeared, and the surrounding area fell into darkness. After a breath, the darkness disappeared, and a skinny and hideous undead mummy appeared in the hall. In its horrible and decayed hands, it held a slender staff with evil power flowing through it. It opened its mouth and roared silently. From its disproportionately large mouth, black hair gushed out, spreading throughout the hall, which contained the curse of death. In an instant, those with weaker cultivation in the hall were all affected by the curse, and felt that their vitality was weakening and fading. Just as the fire in the hall flashed out, and became bright again, an uncontrollable groan came. Clang, clang, clang. It was the figure who had taken the initiative to attack Fang Sui before, and was retreating in a hurry. The man's chest was hit by Fang Sui's punch, almost collapsing, and he vomited blood, with a miserable look. Everyone gasped when they saw it, because the one who dared to take the initiative to attack Fang Sui, but was forced to retreat, and seriously injured was Muhan, the strongest person in the evil god palace except the evil witch. He was defeated in the past few breaths. The shocking situation did not stop there. As Muhan hastily retreated, a brilliant golden flame suddenly lit up on his chest. His whole body seemed to be pierced from the inside out by the golden flame. It was obvious that he had suffered a fatal blow. Seeing that he was about to die, Muhan's eyes widened and he said, "Lord Evil Witch died in your hands." "Yes." Fang Sui responded coldly. His voice was very light, but it sounded no less than thunder in the ears of everyone in the hall. Confirming that the evil witch was dead, everyone looked at each other in horror, and their hearts became even colder. At this time, Muhan collapsed to the ground, his chest burned through by the flames and died. A whole hour later, when Fang Sui left the palace of the evil god, blood kept dripping from the dark spear he held, leaving a shocking bloodline behind him. There was no trace of people in the hall, and all those who had participated in chasing him were killed. Only Pata survived, but Fang Sui pierced his chakra, and his cultivation was reduced by half. The reason why Fang Sui kept him was not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted Pata to inform Morius that he was back. When Fang Sui walked out of the evil god palace and walked on the long street of Memphis, he suddenly said as he walked, "Come out." Chapter 106, Complete Pharaoh Heritage. Please recommend. A sigh rang out in the quiet street. A tall figure walked out from the shadow of a building several feet behind Fang Sui. Her eyes were clear and bright, with a kind of tranquility rarely seen in ordinary people. She was wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind. She was a holy priest. When Fang Sui left Egypt, only the holy priest had shown a friendly attitude towards him. Therefore, when Fang Sui saw her at this time, although his face was calm, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he said, "Why is the holy priest in Memphis?" The holy priest did not speak immediately. She took a few steps forward with elegant manners, walked slowly side by side with Fang Sui, glanced at him with her deep black eyes, and said, "You are really back." He added, "After you left last time, the high priest changed his mind and sent the divine priest to chase you. I went to him to ask, and we had a dispute, so I took the initiative to ask to come to Memphis and become the high priest here." Fang Sui frowned. The holy priest coming to Memphis was tantamount to giving up the core position of the sacrificial house, especially since it involved him, Fang Sui. The holy priest was smart and could naturally see what Fang Sui was thinking. He said, "It has nothing to do with you. I just disagree with many of the high priest's actions. The conflicts have accumulated for a long time." At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the bright moon reappeared. The faint moonlight shone down, making the earth like a thin mist, and everything became hazy. Fang Sui asked, "Did the high priest send Zunjiana to chase me, just to get the Book of the Dead?" A gleam flashed across the eyes of the holy priest, and instead of answering, he asked, "So, the high priest once sensed that the underworld passage under the pyramid collapsed, and the most original breath of the underworld world poured out from it. Was it really caused by you getting the Book of the Dead at that time?" Fang Sui had no intention of hiding it, and said frankly, "Maybe." The holy priest raised his slender neck and looked at the sparkling stars in the sky. After a while, he answered Fang Sui's previous question. The fundamental purpose of the high priest is to escape reincarnation. He is too old. In recent years, he has constantly sensed that his strength is declining, and he even began to perceive signs of death in his body. He wants to obtain the Book of the Dead, the highest code that contains the true meaning of death, so as to chase the footsteps of the gods and avoid the time when the giant god Anubis takes his life. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and said, "It turns out that the high priest, as the highest holder of the divine power in the world, is also afraid of death." The holy priest suddenly retracted his gaze from the sky, looked at Fang Sui, as if he had made a decision, and said resolutely, "In fact, I have another purpose for coming to Memphis. You come with me." Fang Sui nodded in surprise. After a cup of tea, the two came to a towering and magnificent palace. This ancient palace is located in the center of a continuous group of palaces. It has a broad atmosphere and has obviously existed for a long time. Fang Sui knew at first sight that this was the sacrificial courtyard of Memphis. The holy priest walked straight into the brightly lit and veiled palace, and Fang Sui followed in. The hall is very spacious, with two towering statues of the local god of Memphis standing in the middle, holding the sacred symbol of life Anku scepter, Ta with a strange and terrifying image, and the war goddess Sekhmet with a sun disk on her head, a lioness face, and a woman's body. Under the illumination of the torches lit around, the ancient faces of the two statues were partially hidden in the shadows, which made them look even more solemn and majestic, with an awe-inspiring mysterious power. After Fang Sui and his companions entered the hall, they met several priest apprentices who came to serve them. These people were obviously the confidants of the holy priest. They just looked at Fang Sui in surprise, and did not speak, showing good obedience. The holy priest waved his hand, and several apprentices walked out silently. When the hall was quiet, the holy priest walked lightly in front of the two statues, and chanted mysterious spells in a low voice. Suddenly, a faint light lit up on the sun disk worn on the head of the statue of the goddess of war Sekhmet, like the rising sun and the coming of the sky. At the same moment, the ground in the hall shook slightly, and a deep staircase leading downwards was quietly cracked. The holy priest waved his hand, motioning Fang Sui to follow, and walked into the passage first. With Fang Sui's current practice, if there is any danger in the passage, he will definitely be able to sense it. However, he has no warning signs in his heart, and he trusts the holy priest, so he walks in calmly. This passage is unexpectedly wide. Fang Sui went down several feet, and came to an empty underground hall. Looking around, he found that this hall was connected to many passages, like the entrance to an underground secret palace. The holy priest chose one of the passages to walk in. Finally, she opened an extremely thick stone door at the end of the passage, and the two walked into another hall filled with a faint black air. The hall is 100 feet wide and circular, which implies a vast universe, without beginning or end, and based on cycles. The walls are full of hieroglyphs and patterns of gods worshipped by the Egyptians, with gorgeous colors and vivid shapes. Fang Sui's shoulder was holding the three-eyed skull on top of his head like a juggler. The Hades cat, who was originally having a lot of fun, opened its shiny black cat eyes and suddenly cried softly after entering the hall. The holy priest turned his head and looked at the Hades cat with a thoughtful look. On the dark black ground in the hall, there were starry sky patterns engraved. In the center of the ground full of stars, there was a huge golden coffin, magnificent and dazzling. It was depicted with dense spells, emitting an indescribable aura of fear. The two walked in this starry hall and soon came to the imposing golden coffin that looked like an ancient mountain. On the coffin was a majestic golden human face. In addition to spells, the coffin was also engraved with the giant god Anubis who guarded death, the cat god Bast, and the god Osiris holding a flail and a hook. Fang Sui realized the extraordinariness of this coffin and asked, which generation of pharaoh's coffin is this, located in this starry sky palace? The holy priest said, it is said that the first pharaoh of Egypt, Mens, disappeared mysteriously. Some people say that he followed the gods, but that is not the case. This is the coffin of Pharaoh Mens. Fang Sui's heart skipped a beat. Not to mention Men's status in Egypt, it is similar to Jizu and Yuan Huangdi in China, both of whom are mythological figures. Fang Sui's ability to reach the peak level of contemporary masters in spearmanship is inseparable from the experience of observing Men's blood crystal. Fang Sui was in awe of this great pharaoh, and he didn't expect that this was his coffin. The holy priest said, my other identity is the descendant of Pharaoh Mens, so his blood crystal is kept by me. Fang Sui said, what is the purpose of bringing me here? The holy priest looked worried and replied, I suspect that the high priest is secretly supporting Morius and wants to usurp the throne of Pharaoh. Morius's reward to him is to provide the high priest with the practice method of the sun power that only the pharaohs of successive generations can fully master, which is said to be left by the god Ran in the world. He added, the high priest's move is too risky. Once he fails, the entire sacrificial house may be destroyed. I hope you can stop him. Fang Sui pondered. If the holy priest's guess is true, then the high priest is so eager to refer to the legendary practice scriptures related to gods and demons. His ultimate goal is still to peek into the mysteries of the gods and hope to avoid the arrival of death. At this time, the holy priest said again, although the high priest is old, you have only practiced for a short time and may not be able to defeat him. So I brought you here to show you the complete blood crystal inheritance of Pharaoh Mens. I hope it will help you in your practice. Fang Sui's eyes were bright and he repeated, complete blood crystal inheritance? The holy priest nodded, his face solemn, and stretched out his hand to force out crystal blood from his fingertips. Pa. The blood drops fell on the top of Pharaoh Men's golden coffin. Chapter 107. Experiencing the Underworld. Please recommend. Bang. A huge tremor sounded, and just as the blood of the holy priest dripped onto the coffin lid, the golden coffin of the pharaoh shook all over, and the light was bright. Spells were wandering on it, and the patterns on the coffin wall, such as the human body and dog head, the ferocious Anubis, and the god Osiris holding a flail and a hook, all came alive in an instant. There were sounds of gods and demons coming from their patterns, chanting some unpredictable spells. The next moment, an even more bizarre scene appeared. The whole hall suddenly became dark, and a phantom of a huge door appeared out of thin air above the coffin and opened. Suddenly, from the door filled with endless darkness, a hazy chariot galloped out, as if it was driving on the light. There was a figure on the car, like a human soul, vague and unclear. But the speed was so fast, that in a flash, the chariot drove into the mummy's golden coffin and disappeared. This scene was very bizarre and frightening, and it was the only one Fang Sui had ever seen in his life. It looked like the gate of Hades had descended upon the earth, and a soul as powerful as a god king emerged from it, and entered the coffin of Pharaoh Men's. The holy priest said solemnly, "This is me summoning the soul mark of Pharaoh Men's with my own bloodline. Your experience later will be very special. Don't get lost in that experience, or you may never return." Fang Sui hadn't figured out what the holy priest meant by cannot return, when an astonishing change happened again. In the golden coffin of the mummy, the light shone again, and the soul mark of Men's, who looked down upon the earth like a god king, once again drove the netherworld magic chariot out of the world and actually rushed towards Fang Sui. This time, after reappearing from the coffin, the soul of Men's on the chariot had become clear and real, no longer illusory. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he wore a crown on his head. He stood proudly on the chariot, with a deadly black light in his eyes, and looked at Fang Sui. In an instant, Fang Sui felt a darkness in front of his eyes, as if his soul had left his body, and floated to Men's netherworld chariot, standing side by side with him. The next moment, the chariot turned into a dark light, like a lightning bolt, galloping through the sky, and instantly disappeared into the stone chamber. Suddenly, Fang Sui, who was standing beside Men's, saw the scene in front of him change. The netherworld chariot driven by Men's first passed through the boundless darkness, and then a faint light appeared in front of his eyes. It was as if they were driving into a world at the other end of time and space. Everything in front of him was black. The moon of death hung high in the sky, casting a faint cold light. Everything he saw had the power of the rules of death flowing through it. Countless undead species were scattered on the mountains and rivers, looking ferocious and fierce. This is the underworld. When Fang Sui was in the sacrificial hall, he had seen the underworld world when he comprehended Menace's blood crystal, but this time was completely different. Last time it was an experiential understanding, but this time he followed Menace and participated in it personally. Everything around him was so real. Suddenly, Pharaoh Menace urged the netherworld magic chariot, carrying Fang Sui, and rushed forward. Just as he had seen in the pharaoh's blood crystal, they began to fight in the underworld, fighting with countless underworld undeads who were pouring in like the vast ocean, and fought desperately. They continued to advance deeper into the underworld. Fang Sui transformed into a divine spear, and together with Menace, they fought in the underworld all day long, fighting against countless terrifying undeads. They tore through the encirclement of the undead army again and again, and moved forward in blood. Not only did Fang Sui already have countless scars all over his body, and he couldn't remember how many times he had narrowly escaped death, but the same was true for Menace who was riding with him. They were re-experiencing the most important and profound memory of Menace's life, crossing the land of the underworld. This was indeed a precious experience. Years passed, and no one knew how much time had passed. Menace and Fang Sui finally walked into the depths of the underworld. Everything was silent here, except for a majestic peak at the end of their sight. On the peak, there were palaces and towering buildings. It was the Temple of Death of Anubis. Suddenly, a divine tablet with flowing words descended from the palace and landed in front of Menace and Fang Sui. There is no doubt that the content engraved on the tablet was the practice method recorded in some of the dead books. All this was exactly the same as what Fang Sui saw when he observed Menace's blood crystal. The difference from the last time was naturally the authenticity of everything he experienced, which was almost the same as reality. Just when this divine tablet was about to show the contents of the dead book, Fang Sui's sea of consciousness suddenly darkened, the Sun Golden Sutra disappeared, and the dead book appeared. Since Fang Sui advanced to the initial reincarnation, that is, the level of apostles, the Book of Death has only shown the magical powers of the Netherworld armored soldiers, and related death spells, and has never opened a new chapter since then. But at this time, the Book of Death of the Undead vibrated again, and black air spread. It seemed to be about to open a new chapter and present the content of the next stage of practice. Countless spells and handwriting appeared on the pages of the book, mysterious and profound. Suddenly, handwriting really appeared on the pages, showing Fang Sui the way of practice in the next stage. And just as the Book of Death of the Undead in his sea of consciousness vibrated, Fang Sui's soul produced an inexplicable rhythm. He had a kind of enlightenment, knowing that he was about to end this wonderful journey of experience inheritance in the battle of the Netherworld. His soul, in a short time of 1,000th of a breath, left the Netherworld and returned to the real world. Fang Sui opened his eyes again, and his eyes revealed a deep and dark light, pure as if it could devour all tangible and material things. After a while, the dim light in his eyes faded, and he turned around to look around. Pharaoh Men's had disappeared without a trace, and he was still standing in the starry sky hall where Men's coffin was placed. The holy priest was just a few steps away, looking at him with bright eyes. Fang Sui asked, "How long have I been following the soul mark of Pharaoh Men's, and entering the underworld?" 2 days. The holy priest replied briefly. The strangeness of this experience was indeed something Fang Sui had never imagined. In his perception, it would take at least a year to enter the underworld with Men's, but who knew that only 2 days had passed in the outside world. He had spent the past 2 days fighting with Men's in the underworld for years. The importance of such experience to cultivation is self-evident. It also includes a kind of rule atmosphere that he can only perceive in the underworld, which is completely different from the normal world. All these will be of great help to cultivation. At this moment, Fang Sui clearly realized that he needed a retreat to absorb and digest this experience. At this time, the holy priest said, "The ancient starry sky palace, where the pharaoh's coffin is parked here, has a spell pattern that condenses the power of the starry sky and the earth. If you want to practice quietly, this place is very suitable." After saying that, he smiled and turned away. In the quiet hall, only Fang Sui was left. He couldn't wait to sit on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to check the new content sent by the Book of the Dead. At the same moment, when he closed his eyes, the Book of the Dead opened again in his sea of consciousness, and the deafening sound of gods and demons came out. Fang Sui was completely attracted by the voice in the book, which seemed to convey and explain the mysteries of life and the universe. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again and whispered, "It turns out that due to the limitation of my own realm, the content of the newly revealed Book of the Dead is not complete, and only a small part of the practice method for the next stage. The complete content needs to break into the Divine Fire realm before it can appear. The content of this small part of the revealed content describes the next stage of practice method of the Divine Land in the body." In the following days, Fang Sui was always in a state of practice. When he tried to follow the new practice method and began to circulate the inner power in his body, suddenly, his Ki Si Divine Land shook violently, and at the same time, it drew in a force from the depths of the earth and the outer space, and merged it into Fang Sui's body. That piece of Divine Land gradually underwent mysterious changes. Chapter 108 Return to Thebes. Please recommend. In the hall of the golden coffin of the mummy, Fang Sui was sitting cross-legged and practicing. As his power gathered, his aura became stronger and stronger, and a position on the divine soil in his body was slowly rising. One day passed quickly, and in Fang Sui's body, which was practicing with his eyes closed, the raised position on the divine soil eventually turned into a huge stone. On the second day, the huge stone was nourished by the dark energy, and continued to grow, turning into a mound. On the third day, it continued to grow, and turned into a dark hill. At this point, this magical change process was temporarily stagnant, and it was precisely because the divine soil in Fang Sui's body gave birth to a hill that made his dark power soar, and his aura became increasingly powerful and strong, flowing around his body like the Yangtze River. A few days later, when Fang Sui finished this practice, he clearly felt that his cultivation had risen again, and he had entered a new level of cultivation without knowing it. At this time, Fang Sui, with just a slight thought, could already capture a certain kind of ineffable mysterious energy between heaven and earth, and was not far from the ethereal and unpredictable divine fire realm. Fang Sui's eyes sparkled, and he said to himself, this time, the dark power has increased again, and it is obvious that it has broken into the late stage of the apostle level, and it is only one step away from the high realm of igniting the divine fire. This level is close to the top among the cultivators in the mortal world. It's a pity that the new chapter of cultivation opened in the Book of the Dead is not complete. I don't know what this method that has derived a small mountain on the divine land is called. So magical. He got up and walked out of the temple. After that, he stayed in Memphis for a day and had an unknown secret discussion with the holy priest. Then he left, heading south along the way, straight to Thebes. 2 days later, when night fell, Fang Sui stood on the top of a low hill outside the east city of Thebes, looking at Thebes under the starry sky. Counting the time, it has been nearly 2 years since he left Egypt. Time flies, and Thebes, towering over the land of Egypt, has not changed at all. It still stands under the sky, magnificent and boundless. Hel Rau arrived in Thebes 2 days earlier than Fang Sui. After receiving the telepathic message from Fang Sui, she came to wait outside the city. Now standing beside Fang Sui, she suddenly said, as far as I know, you escaped from Thebes because you were framed by Marius, and then you were hunted down by Munisa and his coalition forces. Are you back for revenge now? Marius is the son of the pharaoh, and he is even known as the god of war in Egypt. He swept across the surrounding tribes. Even if your strength has greatly increased now, it may not be easy to defeat him. Fang Sui looked at Thebes with a far-reaching gaze, and after a long time he said, based on what they did back then, how can I not respond when I come back this time? After a pause, he said, Hel Rau, you should be careful when you speak in front of me, and don't think too much. Hel Rau's expression did not change. She glanced at Fang Sui's back quietly. Faintly, there seemed to be a strange color flashing in her eyes, and she didn't speak again. Suddenly, layers of ethereal black air filled Fang Sui's body, blending into the night like a ghost, and disappeared silently on the spot. In the darkness, only Hel Rau was left standing there. She suddenly heard Fang Sui's calm voice in her ears, saying, find a way to enter the city by yourself, and come to the sacrificial courtyard to find me tomorrow. In Thebes, shrouded in the night, everything was quiet and peaceful. The magnificent buildings and sculptures in the city were interspersed and lined up, and under the moonlight and stars, they cast all kinds of strange and diverse shadows. Fang Sui walked in the city of Thebes. What was special was that, although he did not make any sound when he walked, he did not sneak around, but walked proudly in the city with one hand behind his back. His way of moving forward should have been discovered by the heavily guarded Theban soldiers. But the strange thing is that when Fang Sui took a step, his whole body seemed to be emitting a kind of aura that was integrated with the heaven and earth, without any waves, as if he had turned into a breeze, and had the incredible ability to block people's senses. When he passed by a certain guard stationed position, there were obviously soldiers stationed at a high place to watch, but their eyes and senses were like being blinded by the aura of heaven and earth. Fang Sui passed by under the street several feet away, and the stationed soldiers actually didn't see him without knowing it. Fang Sui just walked casually in the city of Thebes. It seemed that he was not walking fast, but in fact his steps were constant. He took a few feet in one step, and walked a long distance in a blink of an eye. He immediately continued to go deeper into the city of Thebes for a cup of tea. Finally, Fang Sui stopped, and a majestic building complex with dome and palaces appeared in front of him, like a giant beast. This is the most dangerous place in the whole of Egypt, and it is also the place where the most powerful force exists, the bedroom of the Egyptian pharaoh. Fang Sui's face was hidden in the darkness of the night, which made his facial lines look even colder and sharper. His eyes were radiant with brilliance, and he calmly stared at the deep, but brightly lit pharaoh's bedroom. He did not pause for long before moving forward again and sneaking into the bedroom of the Egyptian pharaoh. That night, after Fang Sui returned to Thebes, no one knew what he did in the pharaoh's bedroom. After entering the bedroom, he stayed there for 2 hours and reappeared on the streets of Thebes. After another cup of tea, Fang Sui came to another huge palace building. The palaces here are also deep and mysterious, and many of them seem to be located in another time and space. It makes people stare, but there is a hazy feeling that it is impossible to accurately determine their location. This is the sacrificial courtyard. Fang Sui has been gone for 2 years and is back tonight. The strange thing is that when he was practicing here nearly 2 years ago, he did not find the temple of the sacrificial courtyard shrouded in this mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. When he returned tonight, his cultivation level increased greatly and his eyes could see through everything. Instead, he saw more extraordinary things about the sacrificial courtyard. Fang Sui smiled silently and black air filled his body. The undead mummy quietly appeared. The slender death staff in its hand was shining like water, and the breath of death lingering in black mist was spreading. The whole mummy turned into a dark mist, and it was the first to be swept into the sacrificial courtyard with a fierce momentum. Fang Sui followed in, and just as he approached the main gate of the sacrificial courtyard, a cold and ruthless voice sounded. Breaking into the sacrificial courtyard at night is blasphemy, and the crime is punishable by death. Following the voice, a tall and thin middle-aged man in a white robe walked out from behind a column in front of the main gate of the sacrificial courtyard. As soon as this person appeared, he saw Fang Sui grinning with his teeth bared. Before he could think about it, he was blown by the black wind transformed by the mummy. His consciousness was invaded by the darkness uncontrollably, and he fell silently. Fang Sui stepped calmly and entered the sacrificial courtyard. The black air transformed by the mummy around him gathered and dispersed from time to time, evolving into thousands of forms, with a terrifying momentum, guarding Fang Sui like a ghost, and going deeper into the sacrificial courtyard layer by layer. Fang Sui went straight along the way without hiding his body. When he went deep into the second hall of the sacrificial courtyard, his face was slightly gloomy, and he suddenly changed his way of moving. A gust of night wind blew over the place, and Fang Sui disappeared without a trace. In the ancient and distant sacrificial courtyard, there is an extremely dark and eerie palace, and the deadly atmosphere permeates the palace. This is the place where the gods of the sacrificial courtyard gather for practice, and it is called the Underworld Palace. The name of the Underworld Palace is almost unheard of in the outside world, but inside the sacrificial courtyard, it is a terrifying forbidden place that no one wants to approach. The Underworld Palace has always been full of murderous aura and strange and horrifying. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, there will be screams and howls of cruel and endless pain. Sometimes, the entire Underworld Palace will be wrapped in black air that covers the sky and the sun, as if it is about to disappear. Such a variety of horrors have made no one dare to approach the Underworld Palace easily, and they all regard it as an ominous place. But at this moment, at the entrance of the Underworld Palace, 2 gods on duty, who were motionless like sculptures, and had no body temperature suddenly appeared from the darkness. They sensed that someone was approaching, and at the same time shouted grimly, "Who is approaching the Underworld Palace? Come out." "It's me," a voice responded calmly. The naturalness and calmness revealed in the voice, as well as the calm tone of the casual response, startled the 2 gods, who thought to themselves, "Could it be someone we know?" At this moment, a faint light flashed in the darkness, unstoppable. The next moment, the 2 gods' eyes widened, dark holes appeared on their foreheads, and they slowly fell to the ground. But they were not human after all, and they did not die immediately after being severely injured. They watched a figure walk out of the darkness. The dark spear held in one hand by this figure was fading away. He looked at the 2 gods who were not yet dead, and said lightly, "I'm Fang Sui. You 2 once chased me. Do you remember?" After speaking, he walked straight into the dark palace, covered by the secret machine. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Massacre in the Sacrifice Courtyard. Please recommend. The palace is deep, and it seems that the endless Hades Palace is swept by the wind of death. Fang Sui has killed 6 gods in succession, while he is going deeper and deeper. The horror is that, so far, these 6 gods have not even had the opportunity to warn, and they were killed as soon as they met. 6 people are dead, but no one in the Hades Palace has discovered Fang Sui's intrusion. How terrifying this is self-evident. You must know that this is the Hades Palace of the Sacrificial Court, where many gods gather. In its heyday, almost every god's messenger was equivalent to a master at the level of an apostle. Although they lost the ability to return to the underworld after coming to the human world, their strength has degenerated, and some have fallen below the level of an apostle. But the Hades Palace of the Sacrificial Court is still one of the most dangerous places in Egypt. For hundreds of years, no one has dared to invade it. It can be seen from this, that after Fang Sui went deeper this time, he killed gods in succession, but he was calm, which was how terrifying it was. Suddenly, behind the pillars of a temple in front, 2 gods appeared like ghosts without touching the ground. The 2 envoys were obviously very surprised to see Fang Sui suddenly, but they reacted quickly. Their eyes were fierce, and they were about to react immediately. However, a black light flashed in front of them, and it was the Hades cat that moved out of thin air at an indescribable speed, and stretched its claws to touch their foreheads. In the end, the 2 envoys' faces were distorted, and they were terrified. Their violently struggling souls were pulled out of their heads by the Hades cat, and swallowed into its stomach like sweet dates, and their heads were absorbed by the mummies that evolved towards the direction of the undead pharaoh. The corpses of the 2 were not wasted either, and were absorbed and disappeared by the Book of the Dead in Fang Sui's hand. When he took back the Book of the Dead, Fang Sui's eyes were bright, and he suddenly shouted. In this silent night, it was like thunder on the ground, shaking every corner of the Hades Palace. Obviously, Fang Sui was going to let it go. In this way, he notified the envoys who had not yet appeared in the Hades Palace to appear. What was a little strange was that Fang Sui's shocking roar could only be heard within the scope of the Underworld Palace. Outside the Underworld Palace, the night was quiet and there was no movement. At this moment, the entire Underworld Palace seemed to be shrouded in Fang Sui's amazing and arrogant aura, and it became a small world controlled by him. This was because he had broken through to the late stage of the apostle level, and he became more and more integrated with the power of heaven and earth, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Once the momentum was released, it seemed to be intertwined with heaven and earth, forming a terrifying force field. Whoever dares to break into the Underworld Palace of God's envoy shall be stripped of his soul and executed. Amid the noisy voices, the God's envoys living in the depths of the Underworld Palace were startled by Fang Sui's shout and appeared. They all had a feminine aura, and looked at Fang Sui standing tall with murderous looks on their faces. You are so bold. You actually survived the pursuit of Lord Gianna, and dared to sneak into the Hades Palace. Among the crowd of people, more than 10 Hades gods appeared at an incredible speed, and surrounded Fang Sui in the center. The auras of these gods intertwined, forming a terrifying storm of murderous aura. This aura of intertwined forces alone has a power that can make people shudder. But Fang Sui stood in the central open space of the Hades Palace, and he seemed unaware of the murderous aura surging around him. He stood straight like a pine tree, with a calmness as steady as a rock in the sea, and no matter how turbulent the waves were, he would remain calm and unmoved. Surrounded by enemies, his eyes were as bright as lightning, and the edge of his sword was almost real, and he said, I'm here for only one thing, which is to repay you for your hard work in pursuing me. He looked calm when he spoke, but his aura suddenly released, and he was so powerful that he was like a raging sea wave, hitting the gods one after another. In the void, because of his aura, there was a real sound of surging tides. It can be seen how powerful Fang Sui's aura is. It has reached the legendary level of turning the virtual into the real and the spiritual power into the real. The war is about to start. Among the gods, the leader is thin, with a pale face, and black light in his eyes. He stared at Fang Sui fiercely, like a demon looking down on humans. His powerful aura spread around his body, almost no less than that of Zugiana. Obviously, this person must be the second most important person in the gods team, second only to Zugiana. You were able to escape death from the pursuit of Lord Dungiana, hide in nowhere, and even dared to enter my underworld palace to seek revenge. I think you are confident in yourself. But I can tell you that today will be the day when your life ends and your soul perishes." After the powerful leader of the gods finished speaking, his eyes gleamed with a mysterious aura that actually had the power to invade people's souls. He locked onto Fang Sui, looking for a flaw in his mind. But the leader of the gods soon discovered that Fang Sui stood firm like a mountain under his power, with no flaws to be found. Instead, he looked at him with a mocking look and said calmly, "You said one thing wrong. I did not flee in defeat under the pursuit of Zujiana. It was Zujiana who escaped from my hands and was seriously injured and dying." Looking around, Fang Sui said again, "How do you think you compare to Zujiana? Lord Zujiana is a warrior of the Demon Moon clan in the Netherrealm. How could he be defeated by you?" The gods asked in unison. Fang Sui's expression moved slightly, and he said to himself, "Zujiana has not appeared until now, so he didn't come back." As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly became murderous, and his momentum surged again in an almost impossible situation. With a bang, several divine messengers were shaken by Fang Sui's momentum, and were forced to attack the void in front of them to relieve the pressure on their bodies, making a loud noise. At this moment, Fang Sui's dark spear suddenly appeared in his hand and he finally made his move. In an instant, the entire dark palace seemed to be filled with thousands of stars, which filled every void in the palace and intertwined brilliantly. The light from these spear tips was continuous and gradually connected and merged. The light was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to illuminate the entire dark palace. The sound of clang was as dense as a startling rain. Many divine messengers were involved in Fang Sui's attack at the same time, forming a melee. The strange thing was that when Fang Sui's spear tip attacked, almost every dark messenger felt that the spear tip was infinitely enlarged in front of their eyes, occupying the entire field of vision. Everyone unconsciously thought that they were the first target of Fang Sui's main attack, and they all focused on dealing with it, not daring to slack off. This means that the thousands of spears did not have any fake moves, and each strike was real. Such spear attacks were so fast that they could chase lightning, and had reached a level beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Various attacks were constantly exchanged in the hall. The gods displayed their skills, moving their bodies in and out, and constantly colliding with the dark spears in Fang Sui's hand. Suddenly, the front end of the dark spear, after faintly turning into a crescent-like radiance, suddenly split and stabbed out, and in an instant, it seemed like thousands of meteors shining. "Ah!" A scream sounded, and the thousands of spears suddenly gathered into one, and the prosperity disappeared. The dark spears showed their dark body, and the front end had pierced through the forehead bone of the god's head, and lifted it up in the air. As for the other gods, when the spears split like rain, 6 or 7 out of 10 died. There were only a few survivors, and the horror in their eyes had reached an indescribable level. How could such a mysterious spear method be a level that humans could reach? At this point, the spear technique has obviously jumped out of the barriers of attack and defense, and has been promoted to the level of supernatural power. It really has a power that makes anyone who sees it sigh in amazement. Crack. The head of the god's messenger who was picked up was penetrated by a sharp air from the dark spear, and his body was torn apart and died tragically. The remaining god's messengers, with their morale completely lost, dodged and flew back at the same time, but were blocked and covered by the wind of death incarnated by the undead mummy who had been guarding on one side. Less than 100 breaths later, the underworld palace returned to silence, peaceful and silent, and there was no more god's messenger in the underworld. In the night wind, Fang Sui walked out of the underworld palace. His long hair was naturally scattered, and the surging fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish at all, but rather burned more and more. His eyes were blazing and staring at an ancient temple in the center of the sacrificial courtyard. That was the main temple of the sacrificial courtyard exclusively for the high priest. Chapter 110 Approaching the High Priest. Please recommend. High Priest. Fang Sui was looking at the central hall of the sacrificial courtyard from afar, his eyes blazing with fire. His figure surrounded by the dark energy moved forward again and soon disappeared in the dark night. The dark clouds covered the light of the bright moon, and the night became even darker. Outside the central main hall of the sacrificial courtyard, Fang Sui seemed to be in the darkness, emerging from the virtual, and standing there quietly. After a moment, he took another step, and walked into the secret hall, that was shrouded in mystery, and could not be peeped into. There was a cool night breeze blowing gently, and the four walls of the central main hall of the sacrificial courtyard, the linen gauze floated in the wind, conveying a light and comfortable rhythm in the quiet night. It was quiet inside, without a single sound. But just as Fang Sui walked to the door, and was about to step into the hall suddenly lit up with a swaying flame, and it was instantly bright and clear. A low and cold voice sounded, slowly saying, "The last time someone broke into the sacrificial courtyard at night was by an evil witch many years ago. I hope you won't be defeated and flee like him." Fang Sui's face remained calm at the sudden lights and voices in the hall, and he walked into the hall calmly. The hall was very spacious, with an old man sitting in the center, the high priest. After not seeing him for nearly 2 years, he had already shown obvious signs of aging, just as the holy priest said, but his face was still well maintained. His eyes were sinister and restrained. His eyes were very bright, but calm, unfathomable, and very intimidating. The high priest had obviously sensed Fang Sui's arrival, and did not show any surprise, but there seemed to be a faint murderous intent in the depths of his eyes, like an old lion, who wanted to defend his dominance. He said, "Since Zhu Jian lost his spiritual connection with me some time ago, I knew you would come back." "Yes, Zhu Jian escaped from me," Fang Sui replied. Since he entered the hall, his steps have always been in a constant state, moving forward without a centimeter more or less. The rise and fall of Fang Sui's footsteps gave people a strange and indescribable feeling. It was as if the earth under his feet was gradually awakened as he moved forward, and it had breathing and pulsation, and each step of Fang Sui was accurately connected with the pulse of the earth, up and down, coordinating with each other. This formed an extremely mysterious phenomenon, making Fang Sui look as if the earth under his feet was supporting him and pushing him forward every time he took a step, creating a visual gap which made people feel very uncomfortable and had the illusion that their eyesight could not keep up with his forward speed. When you see his figure, he is actually beyond the distance you can catch. The figure that is seen is just the visual after image left after he passed by a moment ago. This is obviously a magical state that is connected to the energy of heaven and earth and is indistinguishable from each other. It is like using the power of the earth to shorten the distance under your feet. The so-called magical power of shrinking the earth into an inch is nothing more than this. At this moment, the high priest's eyes showed an extremely solemn light, shining with dazzling brilliance. Around his sitting figure, layers of dark aura swirled. On the golden scepter in the high priest's hand, a fist-sized black light condensed, like a strange sun rising. Hanging above his head, the light flowed, covering him and protecting him. This scene is very mysterious and awe-inspiring. Under the dark halo, the high priest's face is looming, and there is a terrifying power like a god entering the world. High priest, you are indeed connected with Morius. You have obtained some of the methods of practicing solar power from him. Combined with the fragments of the Book of the Dead Souls inherited by the Sacrifice Hall, have you derived this dark and scorching sun technique? Fang Sui's voice rang out in the hall, revealing the origin of the technique that the high priest had used, which was as bright as a strange sun. At this moment, the high priest's pupils showed obvious signs of contraction. Obviously, his heart was not as calm as it seemed, which further proved that Fang Sui's guess was correct. It was this moment of distraction that made the high priest miss the opportunity to accurately capture Fang Sui's trajectory. Fang Sui in his eyes was clearly still several feet away, but in the void in front of him, there was suddenly a finger, from illusory to clear, slowly but extremely firmly pointing to his forehead. Black air swirled around the finger, and the tip of a section of the underworld divine spear was fluctuating, seemingly visible and invisible. With the appearance of this finger, Fang Sui's figure was strangely stretched out completely. The high priest's face was solemn. Fang Sui's finger kept magnifying in his eyes, and there was a terrifying power that filled all the space in his sight. Obviously, Fang Sui had infused this finger with powerful spiritual power. It was not just a simple collision of moves. One strike would determine the winner. The loser's spirit was damaged, and even the foundation of his practice would be shaken, suffering unbearable damage. The high priest opened his mouth and shouted softly, uttering a low roar like thunder. His eyes lit up, and the scepter in his hand derived a light like the black sun slowly rotating and blocking his forehead. Fang Sui's finger and the dark light cast by the high priest kept getting closer. Suddenly, the whole hall went dark. At this moment, it was as if the dark sunlight cast by the high priest wrapped and swallowed Fang Sui's finger, and it was also as if Fang Sui's finger was indestructible, piercing the high priest's body protection technique, and finally touching his forehead. Time seemed to slow down for a moment at this moment, and then return to normal. The next moment, the hall was bright again. Fang Sui had withdrawn his attack, turned around and walked out, and disappeared outside the hall in a few steps. Puff. After Fang Sui disappeared, the high priest's chest rose and fell violently, and he finally couldn't hold it back, choking on blood, and a trace of blood seeped out from his brow. The high priest still sat still, but his eyes were as hen. He was defeated. After this day, a series of changes occurred in the sacrificial courtyard. The holy priest, who had been away for a long time, returned to Thebes the next day, and announced on behalf of the sacrificial courtyard that Fang Sui, who was jointly hunted by Munisa and Morius 2 years ago, was framed at the time, and now he has returned to the sacrificial courtyard, and no one can pursue it anymore. Most of the Egyptian dignitaries knew exactly what happened 2 years ago. What is strange is that the holy priest made his attitude so clear, representing the sacrificial courtyard to support Fang Sui, but the high priest didn't say a word, which was equivalent to tacit approval. Among the two coalition forces that tried their best to pursue Fang Sui, Morius was fighting outside at this time. Munisa, who stayed in Thebes and had amazing power, remained silent and did not respond to the statement issued by the sacrifice house. These situations made the nobles in Thebes realize the intriguing aspects of it, and everyone was speculating and watching. Time passed in such a strange atmosphere. The third day after Fang Sui returned to Thebes, the Hades Palace, the most terrifying god's envoy in the sacrifice house, now has a new owner. Every priest in the sacrifice house knows that Fang Sui, who disappeared for nearly 2 years and suddenly returned, now lives there. At this time, the darkness in the Hades Palace was swept away, and the warm afternoon sun shone in. Under the interweaving of strands of light, Fang Sui stood on the second floor of the Hades Palace, looking at the Nile River that passed through the city of Thebes in the distance. Not far behind him, the holy priest was directing several priest apprentices to rearrange the furnishings in the Hades Palace. After a while, when the apprentice priests withdrew, the holy priest came to Fang Sui and looked far away, gazing at the Nile River flowing quietly under the setting sun. "Are you going to kill Munisa and Morius?" the holy priest asked in a low voice. Fang Sui frowned. Since the hatred has been formed, it must be resolved. The holy priest sighed. "You have talked to His Majesty the Pharaoh. What is his reaction?" "Yeah." Fang Sui responded. "Morius holds military power and has formed an alliance with Munisa, the chief assistant. The pharaoh is not unaware of this threat. Now someone is willing to help him eliminate the threat. Will he object? In front of the king's power, what kind of family affection can exist?" The holy priest hesitated, turned his head, and glanced at Fang Sui's angular profile, and turned around, and walked out without saying anything. Fang Sui spoke again, saying, "After successfully getting rid of Munisa and Morius, the pharaoh will not allow the existence of unstable factors that override his authority. I know this." The holy priest stopped and paused before saying, "What are your plans?" "I won't stay in Egypt forever," Fang Sui said. The holy priest said, "Then when are you going to start?" Fang Sui said lightly, "Not too long." He pondered and said, "I heard that the sacrificial courtyard has something passed down from ancient times. I want to see it." Chapter 111, Secret Temple Sacred Relics. Please recommend. Under the Theban sacrificial courtyard, there is a secret temple sealed by many restrictions. Walking into the gate here, the whole body seems to be made of gold, shining brightly and dazzlingly. On the door, there are also depictions of Ugat, the god of war, that is, the falcon-headed god Horus, and the sun god wearing the crown of the king of gods, symbolizing supreme power. Surprisingly, the space inside such a magnificent gate is not as wide as imagined, but just a closed stone room of 70 to 80 meters in size. Fang Shui is in this stone room at this time, concentrating on the pictures of Egyptian gods on the walls. The god system in Egyptian legends is very complicated. The images of the gods are mostly fierce and strange. Most of them have animal heads but human bodies, giving people an indescribable sense of deterrence. Unlike the commonly seen statues of gods, the images of gods in this secret temple are not only clear in image, but also vivid and lifelike. And there is an inexplicable aura, just like the gods on them, which are alive to some extent, and emit a huge oppressive force that makes people dare not look directly at them. Fang Shui is looking at Anubis, who has a dog's head and a human body, holding a spear in one hand. The Anubis in the statue is black ink all over, but he is wearing a dazzling golden battle armor, and his divine light is radiant. What attracted Fang Shui's attention was the magic fire spear in Anubis's hand. It was almost the same as the dark spear that Fang Shui had made countless times. The spear was slender and exuded a strange penetrating power, as if it could pierce everything. Fang Shui was not alone here. In addition to the holy priest, he entered the secret hall with the two chief priests who rarely appeared, and brought Fang Shui into the sacrificial courtyard at the beginning. This is because the secret hall here requires at least 3 chief priests to work together to successfully open it. In addition to the high priest, there are only these 3 chief priests in the sacrificial courtyard at this time. Fortunately, the relationship between the 3 and Fang Shui is relatively friendly. After he told the holy priest that he wanted to see the ancient things inherited from Egypt, the 3 chief priests gathered together and opened the secret hall. The inherited things were in the hall. At this time, the holy priest said, "The images of gods and demons in this secret hall are not ordinary things. It is said that some of them have been fused with the blood dripped when gods and demons entered the world. Therefore, although a long time has passed, the images can still emit a mysterious and powerful power." Fang Shui responded, "The images of gods and demons in this hall are indeed powerful and contain extraordinary power." He moved his eyes to the statue of Anubis, where a lion and a cat are depicted. This statue is obviously the cat god Bastet, who combines a lion and a cat. Fang Shui couldn't help but glance at the cat on his shoulder. It was this glance that made him discover a strange scene. The cat seemed to be breathing in and out towards the statue of Bastet carved on the wall. It was as if there were some invisible breaths on the statue, which were absorbed by the dark cat. This scene was very strange, as if a cat demon was swallowing and exhaling the essence of the statue. After the dark cat absorbed a certain energy in the portrait, its hazy body gradually became clearer at a slow speed that was barely noticeable. The dark cat's actions were secretive and obscure. If Fang Shui had not had a spiritual connection with it, it would be difficult to tell what it was doing. Therefore, the 3 chief priests in the hall who were full of awe and watching other god and demon patterns did not notice it. Later, the holy priest said again, "What Fang Shui wants to see, the thing that has been passed down from ancient times and preserved by the sacrificial courtyard, is the object placed in the center of the temple. Its origin is a mystery. Some say it fell from the sky with flames in ancient times, and some say it is something left by gods and demons in the world. The establishment of my Egyptian civilization has a lot to do with this holy object. You can watch it here, but you must not take it out of this secret temple." Fang Shui nodded and turned to look at the inherited holy object that the holy priest said. The thing was quietly placed in the center of the secret temple, standing quietly. It is quite huge, like a crystal wall emitting faint light, and a little like a rectangular flawless jade. The wonder of this thing is revealed the moment it enters the site. The so-called materiality of things, for example, like an antique, when it is noticed by people, it will clearly convey a sense of ancient time sedimentation, and for example, a brand new thing will also convey the new materiality when it is paid attention to. The object Fang Shui saw at this time conveyed the combination of the old and new atmospheres of time. This was the first time Fang Shui had seen such a strange object that combined the two feelings of new and old. When he came to this crystal jade-like inheritance object, he could clearly see the glow of the sky, the strange colors, and the patterns and texts painted on it. Fang Shui saw a pyramid among the many patterns at first glance. To be precise, it was something like a blueprint for the construction of the pyramid, which clearly explained and recorded the construction process of the pyramid. Fang Sui was surprised and said, "Is the construction of the pyramid learned and passed down from this?" The holy priest's beautiful face showed a regretful look and said, "This complete pyramid recorded on the holy object that is suspected to be left by gods and demons is too large. It is more like a city where gods live. The pyramid we built has been greatly reduced and modified according to its form." Fang Sui continued to look at other patterns on the holy object. Soon, he found another thing that often appeared in ancient Egyptian mythology. It was a strange symbol that looked a bit like a cross, but also contained the characteristics of a circle, combining the square and the circle ingeniously into one. It seemed to be explaining the mystery of cycles and reincarnations, and contained great mysteries. This is the symbol of life. It is said that it can summon the dead to return and revive the mummies when the 3,000 years of reincarnation expire. This time it was the high priest standing on the other side of Fang Sui who spoke in a calm voice. There were more patterns on the jade wall like sacred object, recording all kinds of bizarre things, all encompassing and dazzling. There were actually many images of mysterious creatures, some of which looked like legendary mythical species, blood-eyed nine-headed divine birds, four-armed purple crystal apes, evil dragons with thunder and lightning all over their bodies. There were more forms that Fang Sui had never imagined, and there was nothing strange. The image of each creature was clear and vivid, as if it was about to walk out of the picture. Finally, Fang Sui passed by a series of patterns that made people feel like entering a mythical world, and saw an extremely special picture under the jade wall. 3 spheres of different sizes appeared there. Inside the largest circle, an ancient book was depicted. On the smallest circle, a square shape was drawn, floating in the air, emitting a majestic aura. On the remaining circle, which was neither too big nor too small, a symbol of life was drawn. According to the saying passed down, this is a pattern containing the secrets of gods and demons, but we have studied it for thousands of years and still haven't figured out the true meaning of this pattern. The holy priest murmured in a low voice, talking to himself. At this moment, Fang Sui's face turned strange, and his heart was greatly throbbing, and layers of waves appeared. Because he saw part of the true meaning of this pattern at a glance. It is difficult for people of this era to understand the meaning of this picture, but as a traverser from later generations, his understanding is completely different from that of people of this era. As soon as he saw the size ratio of the 3 spheres in the pattern, he knew that it might represent the earth, the moon and the sun. Fang Sui thought to himself, one of the meanings of this picture is that the earth, the moon and the sun are mutually complementary. The symbol of life painted on the earth should mean that when these 3 stars depend on each other, the earth will become the origin of life. Then he thought again, the sun contains an ancient book, which undoubtedly represents the Sun Golden Sutra in my sea of consciousness. But what does it mean that there is a dark square painted on the smallest moon? After leaving the secret hall, this picture depicting the earth, the moon and the sun continued to linger in Fang Sui's mind, making him think a lot. One day later, at noon, Fang Sui stood in the Hades Palace. In front of him stood Hel Rao, who had recently become like a pure girl, with no abnormal behavior. Fang Sui said in a low and pleasant voice, "You once said that you knew where the gate left by the gods was, right? Chapter 112 The Earth Will Crack, please recommend." Hel Rao raised a submissive expression with a silent smile on her face, but her eyes were calm. She responded to Fang Sui's question, She seemed to be trying to shirk the question, but as soon as she said it, she caught a glimpse of Fang Sui's fingertips flickering leisurely, with a black light flickering in and out. He interrupted her and said, "If you don't know anything, there is no point in keeping you alive." Hel Rao's heart skipped a beat, and she changed her words temporarily. "I know the clues about the gate, where the gods left, but its exact location needs to be confirmed." Fang Sui showed no emotion on his face, and did not speak. He glanced at her coldly, and the black light on his fingertips still seemed to flicker and expand and contract unsteadily. Hel Rao's eyes turned slightly, and then continued, "For example, the altar under Mount Sinai and the deep under the Sahara Desert. I know there are ancient ruins, which may contain clues about the Gate of the Gods. I can take you there." Fang Sui said, where did you know about the distribution of these ruins? Hell Ryu said, the evil creature told me. Before Hell Ryu finished speaking, Fang Sui gently waved his hand and said lightly, I said that lying will cost you a price. At the same moment, a wisp of black hair inexplicably appeared on Hell Ryu's forehead, turning into a scorpion-like spell poisonous insect, wandering on her forehead, flashing dimly, looking extremely terrifying. After a while, the cursed insect with a body, constructed of black mist, and shaped like a scorpion slowly disappeared on Hell Ryu's forehead. Hell Ryu's face was pale. A moment ago, she had a feeling that something in her head was trying to eat her soul bit by bit. Hell Ryu glanced at Fang Sui. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she dared not show any resentment. She could sense that Fang Sui might kill her at any time. Fang Sui lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, saying, the previous spell was dedicated to devouring souls. Every time it occurred, your soul would be lost a little, and it would take a long time to recover, otherwise your intelligence would decline. Do you feel that some of your memories have become blurred now? Hell Ryu's face changed when she heard this. She did feel that her mind was empty at the moment. It seemed that she needed to work hard to recall the memories from a long time ago. Rejection was like forgetting. This had never happened before. Last time, Fang Sui said that he would use the power of the spell to weaken her intelligence. Although Hell Ryu was frightened, she was a little skeptical. Seeing that there had been no adverse reactions in recent times, she concluded that Fang Sui was just making false threats. Who would have thought that the power of the spell would be so terrifying at this time, as if it really had the ability to devour her soul and reduce her mind. Hell Ryu could no longer restrain herself. A look of resentment flashed across her face, and she looked at Fang Sui fiercely. Fang Sui said, it was your own choice to be my enemy, so what qualifications do you have to hate me? You should be grateful to me for being alive until now. He added, what you know cannot be told to you by the evil creatures. Even the fact that he was able to be born was released by you. So if you continue to blame the evil creatures for what you know, my patience is limited, and I might have to kill you. Hell Ryu had already returned to normal by this time, and stood there thinking quietly for a moment. Then suddenly her anger turned into joy, and she laughed inexplicably, and actually walked to the seat opposite Fang Sui and sat down, removing the humble disguise of a servant in recent days, showing an attitude of fair talk, looking directly at Fang Sui, and said, I can't tell you all the information I know. Otherwise how can I guarantee that you won't kill me immediately? Seeing that Fang Sui had no intention of responding, she suggested, we can choose to cooperate. Fang Sui sneered, you don't seem to understand your situation. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? Hell Ryu chuckled and said, only I know where the ruins containing the messages of the gods are. How about I use this as a qualification for cooperation? Our cooperation is beneficial to both sides, isn't it? Fang Sui thought that once this woman took off her disguise, she would immediately reveal her nature of putting interests above all else. His mind moved slightly, and he did not ask the previous question again, and directly said to Hell Ryu, okay. Hell Ryu was stunned when she heard this. She thought Fang Sui would argue on this issue, such as asking her to tell the specific location of a certain ruins first, and then decide whether to cooperate with her after the investigation was correct. Unexpectedly, Fang Sui agreed to her proposal so easily, which made Hell Ryu doubt that she could not see through Fang Sui's thoughts. She tried to ask, can you remove the evil curse that devours my soul in my brain? Fang Sui did not even look at Hell Ryu, and said flatly, no. Then he waved his hand, motioning Hell Ryu to go out. Helena stood up and left with a normal expression. When she reached the temple gate, she crossed paths with the holy priest, who came in from outside. The holy priest came to Fang Sui and said, is this woman a Semitic from the Mesopotamian region, Helena? Seeing Fang Sui nod, he said, be careful with her. This woman has a great reputation and a tough and vicious character. She has offered advice to the leader of the Semites many times and indirectly assisted the Hyksos in going to war with us. She obviously wants to invade us. The holy priest finally said, I also received news that when you went to Memphis, Helena arrived in Thebes 2 days earlier than you. Someone saw her come to our sacrificial temple. I don't know what her purpose is. Fang Sui's eyes flashed, and he turned to ask, why did the holy priest come to me? The holy priest glanced at the Hades cat in front of Fang Sui, and instead of answering, he asked, after your Hades cat came out of the secret temple, your figure seems to be much clearer. Fang Sui also looked at the Hades cat that was fiddling with the three-eyed skull. The cat was putting its paws on the skull, and rolling it back and forth like playing with a ball. Fang Sui smiled secretly and thought, if the skull had a spirit, it would be in tears all day long. The holy priest then revealed the purpose of coming to Fang Sui. I came here to remind you that you almost slaughtered all the masters in the evil god palace. You should be careful recently. I heard that the evil god palace has released the news that someone will come to kill you. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and said, the evil witch and Muhan have been killed by me. Who else in the evil palace can come to trouble me? The holy priest said, after all, the evil god palace has a long history, and of course there are some potential strong people. There used to be a wizard named Mohia. He was a contemporary of the evil witch. He also competed with the evil witch for the position of the master of the evil god palace. Later, he was defeated by the evil witch and disappeared without a trace. He continued, after you killed the evil witch and Muhan, the evil god palace was greatly weakened. I heard that Mohia took advantage of the situation to return, claiming that he had found a miracle left by the evil god in the world. After years of cultivation, he has approached the level of gods and demons. He wants to take over the evil god palace smoothly, and it is inevitable that he will come to kill you. Fang Sui smiled and said nonchalantly, you came here in person, not just to remind me of the threat of the evil god palace. What else? The holy priest's beautiful and peaceful face showed a slightly solemn look and said, do you remember the high priest's ability to predict? Fang Sui naturally remembered that he had heard the holy priest say that the high priest had predicted that the city of Thebes would be destroyed by war and the anger of the earth in the future, and eventually become ruins. This was exactly the same as what happened in later generations, which once made Fang Sui quite frightened by the high priest's terrifying ability to predict. But Fang Sui was no longer the first time he started practicing, and knew nothing about spiritual power. Naturally, he no longer found the high priest's ability to predict the future incomprehensible, and said, the high priest's ability to predict the future should be that he was in a certain state of spiritual practice that was extremely quiet and empty, and he saw a certain scene in the downstream of the river of time in a flash. He continued, such an ability can only be used occasionally, and it is not necessarily accurate. There are countless possibilities in the future. The so-called prophecy can only occasionally see a fragment of the future, and it may not really happen. This is why some prophecies are very accurate, while others have never appeared at all. Does the high priest have any new prophecies? The holy priest looked at Fang Sui with sparkling eyes, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that he was moved by Fang Sui's understanding and knowledge of time, and felt surprised. After a moment, she said, the high priest called me over this morning, and told me a shocking news. As soon as we met, he said that within a few days, there will be a great earthquake between heaven and earth. At that time, the earth will crack and collapse, and things related to the gods will appear. Fang Sui's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of prophecy could be so accurate that it could actually determine the time of occurrence within a few days? Chapter 113 Strange Things. Please recommend. Fang Sui changed his mind and thought again. The high priest obviously deliberately conveyed this prophecy to me through the mouth of the holy priest. He looked at the holy priest and waited for her to continue. The high priest also said that there will be great visions at that time, and it may even cause terrible disasters, and it may also reveal the secrets of gods and demons. Reveal the secrets of gods and demons? Fang Sui fell into deep thought. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the city of Thebes, the atmosphere was very special. The prophecy that the high priest did not deliberately conceal had long been known to those who were interested and spread widely. Everyone was uneasy, feeling that the past few days had passed too slowly, but hoping that it would pass soon, so that there would be a conclusion as to whether the prophecy that might cause a great disaster would actually happen. People injured for several days anxiously, and seeing that everything was normal, and no accidents happened, they still did not dare to relax at all, and everyone was nervous. Day passed, night came again. The moon was high in the sky, big and round, covering everything under the starlight. Fang Sui stood outside the Hades palace at nightfall, looking up at the bright night sky. Since ancient times, the vast starry sky has been the origin and end of countless secrets, and almost every myth and legend has an unpredictable relationship with the starry sky. In the legends of ancient civilizations, such as the immortals and demons of ancient China, the Lord of the Universe in Greek mythology, the main god of the sun in Egypt, and so on, the origin and belonging of those gods and demons, without exception, have always been in the vast sky. Fang Sui constantly discovered many mysterious places on the earth, and the various clues implied in them seemed to point to the boundless starry sky. This made Fang Sui more and more curious about the outer space that no one had ever really understood. In the depths of the beautiful starry sky, are there really gods and demons? And are there really one brilliant and prosperous extraterrestrial civilization after another? As far as later generations know, some stars have been observed to have a diameter of about 2,000 times that of the sun. Such a behemoth must be so magnificent that it is unimaginable. In the vast universe, will there be a place of origin that is suitable for life to live in, and even larger, the gate of the gods, where the gods left? In a flash, Fang Sui remembered the pattern depicting the earth, moon, and sun that he had seen in the secret hall of the sacrificial courtyard not long ago. What does it mean to depict a square on the bright moon? One after another, mysterious and attractive thoughts kept flashing through Fang Sui's mind. Just as he looked up and looked deeply at the stars shining and the bright moon on the dome, his face suddenly changed slightly. The next moment, there was a wave from under the earth, shaking violently. It seemed that a major earthquake was happening in Egypt. But Fang Sui quickly had a thought in his mind that the high priest's prophecy had come true and something really happened underground. There was already a cry of surprise in the city of Thebes, but fortunately, the cry soon weakened. Because people soon discovered that, although the underground tremor was intense, it came from the far west of Thebes, not from the city. This calmed people down a lot. With a loud bang, it was like a huge thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky, and it was like the earth was about to break. A wave of destruction shook the whole of Egypt, and countless people screamed and stood up again, and the scene was chaotic. Obviously, in the vast desert west of Egypt, something extremely shocking must be happening at this time. Even the water of the Nile River has lost its former calmness and is boiling and surging, as if there is a wild beast under the water that has been bound for thousands of years and will break out of the water tonight and bring disaster to the world. Fang Sui looked far to the west, his eyes were piercing, like fire and candles. The evening breeze blew, and the holy priest and Hel Ra'u standing behind him, their dresses fluttering, their long hair blowing in the wind, and they were also looking at the direction of the tremor outside Thebes. Hel Ra'u's expression was a little strange, as if she was somewhat surprised by the unknown change in the deep desert far away. The holy priest said to Fang Sui, "Are you going?" Fang Sui said decisively, "The change happening in the desert at this time just happens to correspond to the prophecy of the high priest, that it may contain the secrets of gods and demons. How can I not go and take a look?" The next moment, a summoning book suddenly appeared in his hand, and a metal vibration sounded with a clang. In an instant, the golden light was magnificent, and the Horus scepter fell into Fang Sui's hand. The whole body of the staff was golden like water, flashing in the air. The eye of Horus on the forehead of the eagle at the top was closed, but the eyes that were usually closed opened at the same time, making a clanging sound, and the sharp eyes swallowed and spit out sword-like light, as if to pierce the void. The eagle opened its mouth and screamed, and its sound pierced the moon. It began to rapidly enlarge, and in a blink of an eye it was more than 3 feet big, and its golden wings flapped, and its momentum covered the sky. Fang Sui leaped onto the eagle's back and was about to take off. At this moment, Hel Ra'u's eyes turned, and she said anxiously, "Take me with you." Fang Sui was a little surprised, but he didn't say much. With a slight thought, the eagle under his seat had stretched out its claws and grabbed Hel Ra'u's head without any hesitation. The light on its claws extended and tied Hel Ra'u like a rope. The eagle's wings blew, and it flashed and disappeared in front of the holy priest. The eagle's wings fluttered, and after it took off, it flew rapidly into the vast desert west of Thebes. This scene was seen by countless people in Thebes who were looking up at the stars. Everyone talked about it loudly and admired it. In one of the magnificent and majestic mansions, a bright girl with a charming face looked into the sky and caught a glimpse of the proud figure on the eagle. A strange light flashed in her eyes. It was Candace, the daughter of Munisa, who had become Moria's favorite concubine. "Why did you follow?" On the back of the condor, Fang Sui stood upright like a javelin and sent his voice into the ears of Hel Rau below to ask. Hel Rau said, "I told you a few days ago that I know the location of several relics of gods and demons. One of them is in the Great Desert in western Egypt. The core direction of the previous earthquake seems to be the location of the relics of gods and demons in the desert that I know." The wind was strong in the sky. Fang Sui squinted his eyes and stood facing the wind. He thought that this matter was indeed a bit strange. It should not be a coincidence. Could the changes in the distant desert be related to the relics of gods and demons? The condor flew like a stream of lightning, chasing the stars and the moon. In the deep night sky, it seemed that a golden lightning flashed. It didn't take long for the condor to go hundreds of miles away. The night moon was shining, bright and round, and the light was flawless. Finally, in the boundless desert below, there was an amazing scene. As the condor approached at high speed, it was reflected in Fang Sui's eyes. Hel Rau blurted out in a voice of great surprise, "Ah, what is that?" The scene in front of him made Fang Sui secretly frightened. The endless sea of sand below was now cracked layer by layer, and the endless yellow sand was churning, forming an unimaginably huge pit with an area of more than 10 miles. The sand and soil in the distance were still collapsing in large pieces, and it had not yet subsided, and there was endless smoke and dust. From Fang Sui's perspective, it was like a deep pit was about to leak out of the earth, showing a terrifying scene of swallowing up the endless sea of sand. Such an amazing scene was rare in Fang Sui's life. And in the center of the collapsed sea of sand, there was an oval black object, which looked like a huge stone egg. Under the sinking of the surrounding quicksand, it was slowly rising and appeared on the ground. The surface of this thing had uneven lines, like blood vessels, interweaving and spreading like a piece of stone, but it gave people a sense of horror that was difficult to describe specifically, as if it could emit some kind of power fluctuations. The whole object was as black as ink, and there was magma-like liquid flowing and dripping on it, and it also looked like it was bleeding. Fang Sui looked down from the sky, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this strange thing that emerged from the ground be a living thing? Chapter 114 Lioness Semri, please recommend. Under the moonlight in the starry sky, a golden eagle, with golden divine light flowing around its body, seemed to be a divine object descending from the sky, circling and dancing. Fang Sui stood on the eagle's back, his eyes piercing as he looked down at the foreign object in the middle of the endless sea of sand. At the same moment, Hel Rau under the claws of the eagle said, "This thing appeared on the desert ruins I know. Look below that thing. There is already a corner of the ruins, faintly exposed." Fang Sui looked closely, and in the middle of the sunken sea of sand, under the unknown foreign object, there was indeed a corner of the building traces exposed. The exposed part of the ruins was slowly rising with the sinking of the surrounding quicksand. From Fang Sui's perspective, the strange thing seemed to be placed on the top of the ruins, and gradually sent out of the ground. Fang Sui's eyes were filled with golden light, trying to see through the essence of the thing, but under his powerful eyes, he could only see that under the surface of the object, it was surrounded by a layer of dark breath, and he could not see what was hidden inside. Fang Sui thought to himself that, if this was really a life form, then it seemed to be different from carbon-based life forms like humans. Was it the sulfur-based life form speculated by later scientists? Or was it a silicon-based life form? Or was it some kind of life form that was completely beyond human cognition? As the condor circled in the sky, the sand sea that was shaking and collapsing below gradually became stable and stopped falling. Only the mysterious object and a small section of unknown underground ruins were exposed above the ground. The surrounding area gradually became quiet from the huge earthquakes and the collapse of the sand sea. Fang Sui looked down from the sky and observed calmly. When he saw no other abnormalities, he sent a telepathic message to the condor to fall down. A moment later, He landed more than 10 feet away from the mysterious object that emerged from the ground, stepped into the desert, and put away the Horus Condor. However, at this moment, a change occurred without any warning. A terrifying wave, surging like the vast ocean, but invisible and invisible, rolled over in a way of mental invasion, as if to devour Fang Sui and Hel Raju together. This force was extremely powerful, and it came from the mysterious object more than 10 feet away. It was like a fierce demon that was about to be born. Once it sensed the anger of Fang Sui and the others approaching, it immediately jumped up and devoured. When this force invaded from where it was, its body was also shaking slightly, which was extremely strange. Hel Raju exclaimed in horror, but Fang Sui was very calm. He shouted wildly, and the dark energy around him flowed. He was about to take action, but at this moment, unexpected changes occurred again. The dark cat on Fang Sui's shoulder suddenly stood up with hair all over its body, showing its fierce appearance, and stepped forward in the air. An incredible scene thus appeared. Every step forward of the dark cat, its body grew a circle. In a few steps, it turned into a pitch black, powerful, but still very illusory lion. As it grew bigger, a loud roar came out of its mouth. This roar was truly earth-shaking, with the supreme power to shake the sky and the desert. A dark storm burst out of the mouth of the dark lion. Suddenly, it seemed as if the void was shaking. The invisible and intangible terrifying force that invaded collided with the storm that the dark lion exhaled, causing the surrounding land, which was already dusty, to roll like waves, showing a scene that covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, Hel Raju's eyes flashed with uncontrollable fear. Not only because of the awe-inspiring power of the collision between the two sides in front of her, but also because she had never thought that the hazy strange cat on Fang Sui's shoulder could actually transform into a terrifying lion and be so powerful. Fang Sui's eyes flashed with joy, and he exclaimed softly, "The guardian of the dead who spreads disasters, Seem." Yes, Fang Sui was finally able to confirm that the projection of the Hades cat was the guardian of the underworld in Egyptian mythology and legends. Both the Hades cat Bast and the lioness Seem who could spread disease and drought. Since entering the secret hall under the sacrificial courtyard last time, the Hades cat has absorbed some mysterious essence contained in the statue of Bast, and it has been changing. Not only is its body clearer than before, but it has also manifested Seem's fierce and violent appearance. And all these changes seem to have happened after the three-eyed skull was held in the claws of the Hades cat all day long. At this time, Seem's roar had gradually stopped, and the terrifying fluctuations that wanted to invade Fang Sui were driven away by Seem and disappeared without a trace. Crack. At the same moment, a shattering sound came from the mysterious thing that emerged from the ground more than 10 feet away. It seemed that it was seriously injured when it collided with Seem. Semele walked forward in the air with a proud, victorious attitude and walked proudly to the side of the mysterious object. It looked like a stone egg on the surface. If it was really an evil life that had not yet hatched, then its purpose of attacking Fang Sui before should be to absorb the vitality of Fang Sui and Hel Raju, so as to become the nutrients for itself to break out of the shell. But before it officially hatched, it collided with Semele, and it was obviously seriously injured. Semele paced in the air. His face was fierce and majestic, staring at the stone egg-like object. Semele's angry eyes suddenly shot out two black lights, shining on the surface of the stone egg that was more than 2 feet in size. The amazing scene reappeared. The stone egg began to shrink rapidly, and at the same time, it cracked layer by layer, and Semele took a vague shadow inside it. It looked like an evil demon, with a fierce image, a dead grey body, with the characteristics of humans and some flying creatures, very similar to the legendary demon. Finally, the demonic shadow howled shrilly, as if begging for mercy, but Semele remained unmoved and swallowed it up like a cat eating a mouse. Under Hel Raju's stunned gaze, Semele stuck out his tongue, pursed his lips, and suddenly shrank back into a cat. He jumped onto Fang Sui's shoulder with a haughty look, and the three-eyed skull that he had hidden somewhere before he appeared on his paws like a magic trick, and he started to play with it like a juggler. Not only Hel Raju, but even Fang Sui was dumbfounded. No one had ever thought that this strange object that appeared from the ground with such a shocking momentum would be eaten by the underworld cat without causing much trouble. This was somewhat unexpected. Fang Sui had another thought in his mind. This thing that appeared underground looked like a demon fetus. If it hadn't been eaten by Semi, it would have caused a lot of trouble. This can be seen from the strength of its previous mental attack. If it hadn't been for the appearance of Seam, the incarnation of the Hades cat, even if Fang Sui could successfully resist it in the end, it would never have been so easy. More importantly, the previous terrifying mental attack was achieved before the beast had even hatched. If it really came out, how fierce it would be, one can imagine. Fang Sui thought of the high priest again. He obviously knew that the appearance of this underground secret object was full of great danger, and thus passed it to Fang Sui through the mouth of the holy priest. He had bad intentions, and wanted Fang Sui to come and take a look and encounter unexpected situations. Fang Sui's mouth twitched, showing a hint of coldness. If it weren't for killing the high priest, the holder of the divine power, the variables that might be caused were too great. The old man should have been killed during the last collision. His mind was spinning with thoughts, and in an instant he had analyzed the high priest's intentions, but there was still one thing he couldn't understand, which was how the high priest could so accurately predict that there would be a great change in this desert and use it to his advantage. Could his predictions really be so accurate? While Fang Sui was deep in thought, he suddenly heard Hel Raiyu shouting, "The quicksand on the ground has begun to sink again, and the ruins are revealing more parts." Chapter 115, Relics of Gods and Demons. Please recommend. Following Hel Raiyu's words, Fang Sui also felt the desert shaking again. The two of them leaped up and moved quickly to a distance. Soon, the surrounding yellow sand was like water, and the signs of collapse and subsidence became more and more obvious, and this trend was spreading rapidly, and the area was getting wider and wider. After Fang Sui and Hel Raiyu ran along the road for half a cup of tea, they felt that the yellow sand under their feet slowly stopped flowing, and they had already run out of the area where the sand sea collapsed. Fang Sui looked back, and the scene he saw immediately made him feel deeply surprised. But he saw that the location of the stone egg that was swallowed by Sehemui before, after the endless yellow sand fell from deep underground, there was a magnificent building ruins, rising with a rumble. The ruins had already emerged from the ground for dozens of feet. The top and bottom of the point were a combination of the solidity of the triangle and the stability of the square. The shape alone had a kind of shaking power. It was a huge pyramid, rising from the ground. As more and more parts appeared, it seemed to be reaching the sky, like a majestic peak, sitting majestically in the vast sea of sand. This underground relic was much more magnificent than any pyramid Fang Sui had ever seen in his life. It was majestic and towering, reaching the stars and the moon, like a mythical city. The most incredible thing was that the collapsed yellow sand formed a driving force, like a mechanism. The more the yellow sand fell, the more parts of the exposed pyramid emerged from deep underground. In another half an hour, the relic of the pyramid had emerged completely from the underground, and was located in the endless desert, as if it had always been there, and had never moved since ancient times. At this time, the night had gone, and a ray of morning light appeared outside the sky. The relic pyramid was located under the morning sun, covered with clouds, brilliant and splendid, as if it had flown from outer space to the earth. It was as huge as a mountain, and its height reached more than 150 feet. It should be noted that the largest pyramid of Khufu known to later generations is less than 50 meters high, but it is called the first architectural wonder of the ancient world. The pyramid in front of us is more than 3 times the height of the pyramid of Khufu. It is conceivable how shocking this visual impact is. If the construction of the pyramid of Khufu is a miracle mystery, then the remains of the pyramid that emerged from the ground in front of us are obviously a miracle creation. Fang Sui's eyes emitted a strange brilliance, and he was staring at it. This pyramid is somewhat similar to the pyramid pattern that he saw on the inheritance crystal wall in the secret hall of the sacrificial courtyard. He said to Hel Raiyu, "Since you know the location of these ruins that are suspected to be built by gods and demons, do you know when they were built?" Hel Raiyu's face was also flashing with a strange brilliance, looking up at the miraculous pyramid in the distance. At this moment, she let go of her guard against Fang Sui and murmured in a dreamy voice, "We see might have a secret map left by gods and demons, which clearly marks the last places where the gods appeared in the world. They are all miraculous places that the gods have participated in building and contain the secrets of gods and demons. She added, it was according to the description on the secret map that I was able to open the cliff palace where the Blue Blood Saint clan is located. As he became stronger, the inherited memory would slowly awaken, and he would be able to successfully unlock the secrets of the gods and find a way to leave this world. But all of this was destroyed when you killed him. Later, Hel Rao's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Fang Sui sneered, according to your logic, if he wants to kill me, I should surrender? Ignoring Hel Rao, he walked towards the pyramid. Finally, the two came to the bottom of the pyramid. Looking up at this angle, it was so tall that it seemed to penetrate the sky, and it seemed that you could touch the scorching sun when you climbed on it. Under the pyramid, there is a grand staircase that leads directly to a large door at 1/3 of the pyramid's height. Fang Sui was not in a hurry to go up. He was carefully examining the pyramid. It was slightly different from ordinary pyramids. Unlike ordinary pyramids, the top did not converge at a point, but there was an altar. The mysterious stone egg that was eaten by Sekhem was originally placed in the center of the altar. The entire pyramid ruins were built with a kind of light golden boulders that had never been seen before. From a distance, it looked like it was cast in gold, and the divine light was dazzling. When Fang Sui and the others climbed the stairs and came to the huge door located at 1/3 of the tower body, which was shining with golden light, Fang Sui began to observe the interlaced sacrificial patterns on the door. The pattern on the door is very complicated, composed of spells and mysterious symbols interwoven. Fang Sui did not analyze what it meant, and asked, since you know the location of the pyramid ruins, do you have a way to open the door? Hel Rao said, I only know the approximate locations of several ruins. Some of them are not even sure whether they can be found specifically. How can there be a way to open the door? This relic is in the shape of a pyramid, which is obviously related to Egyptian civilization. What you have practiced are the secret techniques passed down by Egyptian gods and demons. If you want to open the door of this relic, it should be you who can find a way. Fang Sui looked up and said, actually, you don't have to open this door to enter the ruins. After speaking, he floated up, tapped the toes on the side wall of the pyramid, and went upwards. He ran like flying, as if walking on flat ground, and in the blink of an eye he had risen more than 10 feet. Hel Rao was bright at 1 o'clock, and his eyes were slightly bright. He immediately thought that the thing eaten by the Hades cat had been stored at the top of this pyramid. At that time, he saw that the place where the thing was placed, that is, the altar at the top of the pyramid, had cracks, which seemed to lead to the inside of the pyramid. After more than 10 breaths, Fang Sui was agile, like a giant eagle flying into the sky, and was the first to climb to the top of the pyramid. Sure enough, on the top of the pyramid, which was shaped like an altar, and was several feet wide, he found many cracks, which faintly revealed the scene inside the tower. From this point of view, the thing that was previously devoured by the Hades cat seemed to have fallen from the sky to the top of this pyramid in the distant past, causing the top of the tower to be impacted and cracked, with cracks everywhere. Fang Sui kept thinking in his mind, and came to a crack, and looked down, and found that the tower was filled with a faint golden light everywhere, and other than that, it was quiet inside. From the crack at the top, less than 10 feet deep, you can see the ground inside the pyramid, which is also paved with pale golden boulders. The space inside is very wide, like a large stone chamber. When Fang Sui was looking at the interior of the pyramid, he also vaguely sensed a very dangerous aura. It was obviously not as peaceful and harmless as it looked on the surface. The next moment, he showed a calm and fearless brilliant smile, and suddenly moved without any warning, jumping into the pyramid from a crack. At this time, Hel Rao had just arrived at the top of the tower. Seeing Fang Sui had entered, her face was a little uncertain. She also sensed a dangerous existence from the tower. Although Hel Rao was cruel, she was not a fearless person. She was a little hesitant in her heart, not knowing whether to take the risk to go deeper. Fang Sui fell into the tower from the crack, and the speed of descent was very fast. The moment he entered, his face changed slightly. The tower was actually very hot. Falling into it was like a time and space transition, suddenly entering the belly of a mountain with boiling magma. The light golden light seen outside was obviously a special substance similar to flame, with a scorching temperature. The strange thing is that Fang Sui had not felt the temperature inside was so high when he looked outside before. It seemed that this place was in a different spatial dimension from the outside world, and the difference between inside and outside was huge. Fortunately, Fang Sui already had the power of the scorching sun in his body, so once he found something wrong, the Sun Golden Sutra in his sea of consciousness immediately spread out a blazing fire, which was surging in his body, and instantly absorbed the heat that invaded from the pyramid. Fang Sui was able to let out a sigh of relief, floating like a feather, and silently fell on the ground inside the tower. But before he could look around, his face suddenly changed again, and a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Mehera, please recommend. At the same moment, a grey-white smoke appeared out of thin air several feet away, spreading rapidly and covering Fang Sui's head. Before he could think, the grey fog had already reached above him, revealing a chilling murderous intent. Clang! A piece of underworld armor appeared between Fang Sui's eyebrows. Unlike before, the underworld armor he created at this time was shrouded in black light, and a sharp sword-like edge was swallowed and spit out from the armor, combining offense and defense. The two were integrated, flying in the air, and in an instant, the grey fog was shattered into pieces and dissipated without a trace. Good. It turns out that you are a master who can kill the evil witch, and you actually avoided the attack I triggered with the evil spell. A voice sounded in the scorching space inside the pyramid, full of evil and coldness. The murderous intent in Fang Sui's eyes flashed and disappeared. The space inside the pyramid, where he was at this time, was more than 10 feet wide, with only a few statues of gods standing in various shapes like a towering sky. The cold voice came from behind one of the statues. After the voice fell, a slightly old man walked out. This man had broad shoulders, a tall stature, and his eyes flashed with an evil and fierce light. He was dressed in the common Egyptian clothes, with a naked upper body, bronze skin, and a white linen cloth around his lower body. Except for a pair of thick eyebrows, his face was hairless and his eyes were covered with dark eyelids. The most frightening thing was that the pupils in the depths of this man's eyes were actually a strange and shiny grey, which did not look like human eyes at all. Fang Sui frowned. He had never seen this man, but he felt familiar with his breath. And this showed such a big momentum, and someone had entered the pyramid ruins that had just emerged from the ground before him. This also seemed a bit abnormal. This means that this person may have entered here long before the pyramid was born, and even deliberately waited for Fang Sui to come and kill him. There is a bit of evil in this matter. Fang Sui's thoughts turned quickly, thinking about the fact that this person mentioned evil witch. As soon as he appeared, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he had already guessed who this person was. He said in a deep voice, "You are Mohia." The holy priest had reminded Fang Sui not long ago to be careful, saying that there was a witch named Mohia who had competed with the evil witch for the position of the master of the evil god palace. After the failure, he disappeared for many years. But not long ago, this Mohia had reappeared and vowed to challenge Fang Sui so that he could take over the evil god palace in a natural way. Fang Sui didn't care at the time and just listened to it, but now his thoughts turned slightly. Thinking of the breath and tone of this person after he appeared, he immediately analyzed this person's origin. Yes, this witch is Mohia, the new inheritor of the evil god. The person who appeared agreed without hiding it, and it was indeed the same as Fang Sui guessed. Fang Sui asked again, "Is the emergence of this relic also related to you?" Mohia locked his eyes with Fang Sui, approached step by step, and said proudly, "I was defeated by the evil witch back then, but after escaping into the desert, I was blessed by the evil god, and discovered this relic temple. From it, I saw the secrets of gods and demons, and realized the true meaning of witchcraft." He continued, "Although this relic of gods and demons was opened by me a long time ago, it was launched this time because of its autonomous operation, not by me. I just knew it was going to be launched. As Mohia spoke, the evil light in his eyes surged, and he stabbed at Fang Sui through the air like a sharp sword, and said arrogantly, "I came into the world this time to establish the power of the evil god palace that overrides everything. You are the first person I personally chose to be killed." Fang Sui laughed dumbly, facing the strong momentum that Mohia was constantly urging during his approach. He seemed unaware of it. The divine light in his eyes flowed, showing his calmness, and said, "What is your connection with the high priest?" A trace of surprise flashed across Mohia's sinister face, which showed that the other party was very smart and could see the whole picture from a little. He was surprised and sneered. "You inferred the connection between him and me from the fact that the high priest knew that the ruins here would appear." He looked at Fang Sui and said, "You are right. I did contact the high priest a few days ago and made a plan to kill you today. He wanted to use me to kill you, and I wanted to find out his true intentions. After killing you, he will be my next challenge target." Fang Sui thought to himself, the high priest had contact with Mohia a long time ago, so he knew that the ruins here would appear, so he pretended to be a ghost and said it in the form of a prophecy. At this time, the space inside the pyramid was still hot, and the faint golden light spread like flames everywhere. Mohia had already approached Fang Sui 3 feet away, and suddenly a murderous intent appeared on his face, and his whole body showed amazing changes. Dark green lines permeated his body from the inside out, crawling all over his body like vines, and interweaving into various evil curse patterns, as if they were alive. They were dense and terrifying. This was an unpredictable witchcraft. Fang Sui had seen it when he killed the evil witch, but the evil witch could only make one arm full of cursed patterns, while Mohia's whole body was covered with cursed patterns. From this, it can be seen that he had been hiding for many years, and had indeed surpassed the evil witch in the practice of evil curses. No wonder he was still confident, and came to kill Fang Sui, even though he knew Fang Sui could kill the evil witch. This person's strength was indeed at the level of fighting Fang Sui. The next moment, the two sides suddenly started fighting. The curse power circulated around Mohia, forming an invisible force, as if it offset his own weight. His speed was faster than that of ghosts, and he flashed in front of Fang Sui lightly. His attack method was also strange and rare. The first attack after he approached was to spit out a cold breath derived from the evil curse. It instantly grew larger, like a soul-stealing evil wind, and rolled towards Fang Sui. Fang Sui's face was calm, and he did not dodge or avoid it. He pointed his finger at the incoming curse. Mohia sneered and mocked, looking for death. But something unexpected happened immediately. With a puff, the moment the curse power touched Fang Sui's fingertips, it came into contact with a layer of golden light overflowing from his fingers, and immediately turned into smoke, as if it was burned by unimaginable high temperatures, and dissipated without a trace. Mohia was greatly surprised, and his movement slowed down. Fang Sui took the opportunity to get close to him, and punched him on the head. Mohia shouted loudly, and his arm suddenly became disproportionately thick. The dense spell patterns on it fell off at the same time, evolving into snakes of spell power. Thousands of snake heads gathered and surrounded him in the center, creating a terrifying scene. He used this strange way to exorcise the spell, devouring and tearing the power contained in Fang Sui's attack, dissolving and absorbing it. This strange method was the first time Fang Sui had ever encountered it. In an instant, the two of them were entangled in close combat. Their moves were as fast as lightning, and they were hard to catch with the naked eye. They fought, and there were constant thunder-like sounds. Boom. The airwaves overflowed, and the two sides had a head-on confrontation. Mohia's body was unstable, and he retreated hastily. The spell snake he sacrificed to protect his body was now 7 or 8 out of 10 damaged, and his aura was greatly weakened, and it was obvious that he was about to be defeated. Mohia was extremely surprised. For the first time since he appeared, a look of doubt and uncertainty flashed across his face. His previous arrogance and contempt were gone. Fang Sui was so powerful that he was far beyond his previous expectations. The next moment, Mohia's expression darkened, but became even more ferocious. Even evil curse patterns began to grow on his face, and a dark red blood color appeared on his chest, like a cursed blood eye. Soon, the blood color on his chest became darker, and a drop of blood actually oozed out and dripped floating in the air. Fang Sui's face was a little solemn. He sensed an unprecedented breath from this drop of blood. This was definitely not the blood of an ordinary person, nor was it Mohia's blood. The power contained in this drop of blood was even more powerful than the blood power of the evil creature that Fang Sui had killed. Mohia said in a deep voice, "This is the blood of the evil god that I found in the ruins here. It has been in my body for many years and is the source of my strength. Today you will die under the suppression of the god blood curse." Fang Sui closed his eyes and said to Mohia, "You overestimate yourself. Although this drop of blood contains strange power, it is definitely not the blood of the gods. If it is really the blood of the gods, you will immediately explode and die if you take it into your body." As Fang Sui's voice fell, Mohia's face suddenly changed, and he looked as ferocious as a bloodthirsty beast. He roared and made a painful sound. His body cracked, and blood stained his whole body. This scene seemed to be that Mohia was performing some kind of evil witchcraft with his own body as a sacrifice. Suddenly, the drop of blood dripped into Mohia's howling mouth with a click. In an instant, a terrifying scene happened. Tomorrow will be the same as last week. There will be an additional chapter. The 3 chapters will be at noon, evening, and early morning respectively. Thank you for your various support. Happy reading. Chapter 117. Transformed into a star and left. Please recommend. Mohia's howling suddenly stopped, and the dense curse patterns on his body flickered. His body swelled up like an inflatable, and in the blink of an eye, he became much taller than an ordinary person. He was emitting an evil force that rushed into the sky, and curse patterns flowed around him. The whole person seemed to have turned into a terrifying Dharma body that spread curse power, no longer a human body. He said in a hoarse voice, "I curse you to die here today, to die here." After this change, even his voice had an indescribable evil force. When he opened his mouth, a wave was formed, invisible and intangible, and it invaded Fang Sui in the form of a curse. But as soon as this curse power came, it was immediately melted by the dark power flowing in Fang Sui's body, like a long river, and no waves arose. The next moment, the huge and amazing curse body that Mohia transformed into roared, and a curse breath rolled out of his mouth like a wave, spreading in an instant. He himself was wrapped in this curse mist, drifting towards Fang Sui. The two sides fought again. This time Fang Sui looked solemn, and transformed into the art of the underworld armor to fight the enemy. The spear in his hand stabbed and shot, and scattered brilliant and flashing spear light, like a series of light and electricity sealing the void, and the curse storm that Mohia transformed into was torn into pieces. However, after Mohia's body merged with the drop of blood, it seemed that he had separated from the human flesh and blood, and turned into a half-real and half-real terrifying existence. Although he was still forced to be at a disadvantage, when Fang Sui was extremely fierce and the dark spear stabbed like rain, his body was pierced by the dark spear many times, but there was no blood, and he was not worried about defeat. The two men were in a stalemate, and Fang Sui was impatient. He suddenly changed his spear technique, and began to activate the power contained in the Sun Golden Sutra, attaching it to the tip of the spear. Suddenly, the dark spear caught fire, and turned into a flaming spear, with a powerful force that was as mighty as the Yangtze River. Mohia was already at a disadvantage, and now he was in even greater danger. The spell power he used to fight was quickly incinerated as soon as it came into contact with the power of the flame. He was about to be defeated miserably by Fang Sui's spear. Just as Fang Sui was about to activate the Sun Golden Sutra, a golden glow appeared in his sea of consciousness, and a strange phenomenon appeared. It seemed that the fiery power in the pyramid had formed some kind of attraction to the Sun Golden Sutra, causing it to transmit unprecedented powerful firepower. A golden light appeared on Fang Sui's forehead, which became stronger and stronger, and soon a shadow of a sun that melted everything appeared. What was even more amazing was that the shadow of the sun on his forehead actually became real, and for the first time it broke away from his forehead, appearing in the air, hanging above Fang Sui's head, with 1,000 layers of fire. This scene was not only unprecedented for Mohia, but also unexpected for Fang Sui himself. Swish! The light of the sun spinning in the air shone on Mohia's spell, and the strange spell patterns around him all limited light smoke and quickly faded. Mohia's face changed horribly, as if he was beaten back to his original form, and his body shrank layer by layer, and soon became the shape when he first appeared. At this moment, the sun that broke away from Fang Sui's forehead rose high in the sky, and the light became brighter, like a real sun. Like a river returning to the sea, the firepower in this pyramid ruins was attracted, and the scorching heat in the tower was absorbed by the sun in a few breaths and disappeared. Mohia had suffered setbacks after his appearance, and it was hard to describe how shocked he was when he saw the sun appear again. As he was thinking of fleeing in defeat, the scorching sun, after absorbing the heat in the tower, suddenly returned to Fang Sui's forehead and disappeared. At this moment, Fang Sui was bathed in fire, and his whole body was brilliant, as if he had entered the world of gods. He shouted softly, and the dark spear in his hand was suddenly coated with a layer of brilliant fire waves, turning into a strange spear that was half dark energy and half blazing flames. Fang Sui's wrist shook, and a hot breath flowed out. The spear tip split, blocking all the ways for Mohia to advance and retreat. His body was burned by the fire wave, and his skin and flesh were immediately torn apart. After several screams, there was a flash of fire in the void, as if thunder had suddenly descended, unstoppable, and suddenly penetrated Mohia's chest. With a snap, before Mohia could say a word, he was shattered by the sharp energy in the spear tip. His eyes widened, his face full of horror and disbelief. He wanted to kill Fang Sui and take over the evil god palace, but he died before he could accomplish his great task. The dark spear in Fang Sui's hand turned into nothingness and disappeared. The body of Mohia was absorbed by the mummy. It was not until this time that Fang Sui had time to look at the Sun Golden Sutra in his sea of consciousness. After absorbing the hot breath accumulated in this pyramid, the first chapter of the Golden Sutra was opened in the boundless flames. A small flame appeared on the page and burned. In the flame, a word jumped out and was vaguely imprinted on the page, generating a word symbol. Suddenly, countless words merged into one and evolved into a golden sun, swelling and burning. On the pages of the entire Sun Golden Sutra, the wonders of the birth of fire continued to circulate. Obviously, the Sun Golden Sutra has really reached the point where it can be opened at any time. It seems to be waiting for the moment when Fang Sui breaks into the divine fire realm. Hiss. A sharp sound of air being torn apart was heard. When Fang Sui looked inwards, a cold light like a sharp sword shot out from behind a statue in the hall. Fang Sui raised his hand and grabbed the attacking object in his hand with a gesture that was like the traces of birds and fish, which contained the wonderful principles of heaven and earth. But the captured object actually had a follow-up attack. It suddenly broke apart, and a breath of air pressed towards Fang Sui. Fang Sui reacted quickly, and his hand movements changed ingeniously. He stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the dark air grew, and a shield like a curtain wall of the dark earth appeared in front of him. Kai. 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 White smoke rose from the dark earth shield. The incoming breath obviously concealed a vicious corrosive force, which eventually dissipated with the dark earth shield. At this point, the sudden attack came to an end. At the same moment, a figure floated out from behind a statue several feet away and quickly left towards a downward passage in a corner of the hall. Fang Sui's eyes were sharp, and he shouted, "Is it so easy to leave?" Before he finished speaking, a gust of death wind whistled, instantly blocking the figure. It was the mummy that was summoned to absorb the body of Mohia after killing him and turned into the death wind to stop the figure who wanted to escape after the sneak attack. The figure was a thin man. Although he was stopped, he was still surrounded by black fog and fought with the mummy, trying to escape. Fang Sui did not step forward to help, but watched from the side, thinking to himself, "I rushed into the Hades palace that night and killed most of the gods from the Hades, but there were still several who were not in the Hades palace at the time and escaped. This man should be one of them." He was obviously ordered by the high priest to come and watch the result of Mohia's attack on me. The high priest. Fang Sui's thoughts were not finished yet, and screams were heard in the palace. The horrible and rotten hands of the undead mummy had already grabbed the man's head, and it was obviously absorbing the essence in his brain. In just a moment, the man's face became thin, and his essence and blood disappeared and he died. What happened after Fang Sui entered the pyramid ruins is complicated to say, but in fact it took less than a cup of tea. Hel Rao was hesitating whether to take the risk to enter the pyramid and saw Fang Sui suddenly attacked after entering. She saw the fighting process below clearly through the cracks on the top of the pyramid. At this time, the battle was over, and the heat in the tower was absorbed by the Sun Golden Sutra. There was no danger anymore, so Hel Rao descended and entered the tower. After that, Fang Sui collected the mummy and explored the pyramid ruins with Hel Rao. Unfortunately, this ruins had been entered by Mohia long ago, and even if there were any rare things in it, they had been taken away by him. Therefore, the two of them walked around in the huge tower space with a total of 6 floors, which became more and more magnificent as they went down, but still gained nothing. Fortunately, there were no other dangers or attacks. In the end, the two of them went deeper and deeper and came to a huge and secret stone chamber deep under the pyramid. This stone chamber has also been opened, and it is empty. Fang Sui was very disappointed. The pyramid ruins like this mythical city came into being, but he did not find any remaining information about the gods as he wished. Fang Sui felt regretful, but suddenly he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and he couldn't help looking at his shoulder. The strange creature, the Hades cat, had deep eyes like black gemstones, staring straight at the golden ground in the hall, without blinking. Look. It started to make continuous calls, and if you listened carefully, there seemed to be a strange rhythm like chanting scriptures. This scene was very strange and people were confused. However, just as the Hades cat made strange calls, a loud sound suddenly rose, and the ground in the hall shook violently, slowly splitting to the side, and a huge mummy's golden coffin rose from the ground. The golden coffin was bright and bright, as if it was burning with the fire of the sun. It was strangely large, 9 feet long. Then, a situation that made people stunned appeared. A dazzling light was emitted from the outside of the golden coffin, and the gods and demons carved on the coffin actually walked out of the coffin, turning into a series of gods and demons, carrying the golden coffin and slowly rising into the air. Amid the violent earthquake, the ruins of the pyramid began to shatter and collapse on a large scale. The golden coffin kept rising, and finally broke through the pyramid, and went straight into the sky. It was just night outside. Accompanied by the phantom images of gods and demons, the mummy's golden coffin soon turned into a ray of starlight, and disappeared into the boundless sky without a trace. Hel Rao and Fang Sui had naturally come out of the pyramid, that had collapsed and sunk deep into the earth. They stopped in the desert, their expressions shocked, looking up, unable to look away for a long time. Whose golden coffin is that? It can actually rise into the sky and turn into a star, showing an incredible scene like a myth. Sunday is the same as last week, with an additional chapter. The 3 chapters will be at noon, evening, and around midnight respectively. Thank you for your support and happy reading. Chapter 118, Murder. Please recommend. In the deep night sky, the mummy's golden coffin had long disappeared. But the shock it left in Fang Sui's heart lasted for a long time. The scene of the golden coffin rising into the air before did have the power to make people's hearts palpitate. Hel Rao, who was standing aside, was also staring at the sky with shining eyes and whispered, "That must be the coffin of a fallen god." Suddenly, Hel Rao turned to look at Fang Sui and asked, "What's wrong with you, cat?" The golden coffin seemed to appear from the ground and then rise into the air under its call. Fang Sui glanced at Hel Rao with no intention of explaining. The dark cat's gloomy eyes were also staring at Hel Rao, and the black gemstone-like cat's eyes clearly had a hint of disdain. Hel Rao was furious, but did not dare to get angry. She turned her head to look at the sinking pyramid. At this time, the surrounding ground was still shaking. The collapsed and damaged pyramid ruins had sunk back into the ground. The sand waves on the ground rolled and swayed, as if there was a strange force that was pushing the yellow sand and burying it. After a while, the endless sea of sand returned to calm. A breeze blew, and the sand on the ground rolled. There was no trace of a pyramid. Fang Sui took a deep look at the vast starry sky. Although the golden coffin had disappeared, the scene of the golden coffin rising into the sky accompanied by the gods would always be an indelible memory for him. Fang Sui retracted his gaze and did not summon Horus to hurry on. He just walked away from here and headed east to return to Thebes. Hel Rao followed quickly behind him. The two did not speak and walked forward silently. After a while, Hal Raju suddenly asked, when are we going to the next place of gods and demons? She was obviously stimulated by the coffin of gods and demons that was lifted into the air, and her mood was quite restless. She was eager to chase and explore more mysteries left by gods and demons. Fang Sui's mouth curled up a little, like a sneer, and like a kind of confidence that everything was under control. He said lightly, where is the next place of gods and demons? Hal Raju did not hide it anymore, and said happily, when we returned to Egypt, we crossed the ocean, and passed through an ancient continent. There was an endless jungle on that continent. The next place of gods and demons to go is deep in that jungle. Fang Sui's face was calm, but his heart reacted at the same time Hal Raju spoke. The continent she was referring to must be the South American continent adjacent to the Atlantic Ocean, and that endless jungle must be the Amazon, the largest jungle in the world, known to later generations. When Fang Sui returned to Egypt, he stayed in the Atlantic Ocean for a while. During this period, he briefly visited the land of South America, but he was in a hurry at that time, and did not go deep into it. At this time, Hal Raju's words immediately aroused Fang Sui's memory of the Amazon jungle. It is a famous mysterious place in the world, where the most densely gathered animals and plants. There are countless legends about the Amazon from ancient times. Similarly, the danger there is also world famous. Even in the later generations with highly developed technology, the Amazon jungle has never been conquered by humans in its deepest parts. Amazon Moon Temple. Fang Sui muttered to himself secretly. Could the remains of gods and demons mentioned by Hal Raju be the legendary Temple of the Moon in the deepest part of the Amazon, that has been mentioned many times in later legends, and passed down from generation to generation in the Mayan tribe? Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and flew around Fang Sui. It was him who summoned the Horus Eagle without any warning. A cry of surprise rang out, and before Hal Raju could react, she was already caught by the divine eagle, soaring away, heading straight for Thebes. Boom. The entire main hall of the sacrificial courtyard was shaking. It was Fang Sui who had returned to Thebes, and his footsteps seemed to have awakened the earth. With his arrogant and murderous aura, he entered the main hall of the sacrificial courtyard, ready to settle accounts with the high priest. Unfortunately, the main hall of the sacrificial courtyard was empty, and there was no trace of the high priest. It seemed that he had anticipated Fang Sui's arrival, and had retreated in advance. Priest Fang is very clever. He came to Ardor like this, and forced the high priest away. Are you still not satisfied? Are you going to demolish the sacrificial hall as well? A calm voice came from outside the hall. A handsome young man in a white robe walked in calmly. It turned out to be Sanning, who had a little friendship with him in the past. Fang Sui's eyes sparkled like lightning, and he looked at Sanning sharply, saying, you only saw the high priest leave, but do you know what he did, and why he left? Sanning frowned and said nothing. After a while, he said, Priest Fang has a strong evil spirit. The high priest is old, won't Priest Fang let him go? Fang Sui said dumbly, Sanning, you are also one of the gods of the underworld. How dare you say that I have a strong evil spirit? When I left, the high priest sent people to chase me, but you, Sanning, were not among them. Just based on this, we can still live in peace. But you shouldn't care about the affairs between me and the high priest, and you can't care. After Fang Sui finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. When he passed by Sanning, Sanning's eyes flickered slightly, and suddenly he attacked with his elbow. Fang Sui kept moving forward, and lightly hit him with his elbow. With a bang, the hall here shook again. Fang Sui remained calm, and walked out of the main hall of the sacrificial courtyard. Puff. Sanning's face flashed with a trace of horror, and he choked on blood. In the moment of the previous collision, Fang Sui seemed to have merged with the earth, as unshakable as a stone tablet. The elbow that hit back was like a heavy mountain pushing down, leaving Sanning completely powerless to resist. In the collision, he was injured. Only then did he know for sure how far Fang Sui's practice had reached after 2 years of separation. No wonder the unfathomable high priest was no match for Fang Sui's power, and adopted a strategy of avoiding him. Sanning, since you took the initiative today, we no longer have any friendship. If you do it again, I will kill you. Fang Sui, who didn't know how far he had walked, still spoke back clearly as if whispering. Hades Palace. After Fang Sui came back, He put aside his distracting thoughts and closed his eyes to practice. During his trip to the pyramid ruins, he felt that the Sun Golden Sutra was in a state of being opened at any time, so he practiced more diligently, wanting to open this mythical practice book as soon as possible and see its true appearance. After a day and a night, Fang Sui opened his eyes again. The Sun Golden Sutra has developed a spirituality, and it has begun to absorb a kind of power that is scattered between heaven and earth, which is boosting its own ki, as if it is waiting for me to advance to the divine fire realm. I will leave for the Amazon tomorrow, and I should test the opponent's strength tonight. When Fang Sui finished speaking, a golden light flashed in his hand, and the Horus eagle quietly appeared. After the birth of the eagle, it showed unprecedented strange changes. Not only did it not grow as usual, but it shrank and became like a little sparrow, with a golden appearance, and its cold and unruly eagle head turned left and right, full of spirituality. The cat on Fang Sui's shoulder was very interesting. When he saw it, he rolled his big black eyes and pounced in the air, seemingly trying to reach out his claws to touch the eagle's head, but he didn't expect that he pounced in vain. The eagle had already turned into a golden light, like a thunderbolt, flashing without a trace. Faintly, there was a light cry sent back, as if laughing at the cat's overestimation of its own abilities. Fang Sui also grinned and chuckled. The cat was immediately annoyed. With a flash of black light, it sat on top of Fang Sui's head. It scratched Fang Sui's hair with its claws, making it look like a chicken coop. Then it returned to his shoulder triumphantly, posing in a majestic and dignified posture, full of the meaning of returning victoriously. Unfortunately, it returned to its old ways in less than a moment, fiddling with the three-eyed skull that had bad luck and was played with like a bull all day. Fang Sui was a little amused and embarrassed. He adjusted his hair, and his expression gradually became serious, revealing a look of listening attentively. It was because Horus had already arrived at the mansion of Munisa, which Fang Sui wanted to eavesdrop on, in such a short time. With the speed of Horus, even if someone was paying attention, they could only see a faint halo flashing by. Therefore, even in this sensitive period, it was still very easy for the Condor to sneak into the mansion of Munisa, which was extremely heavily guarded. It was crouching on the top of a rev of the main hall in Munisa's mansion. The plan is in progress. His Highness Morius is ready. Fang Sui, who had a spiritual connection with the Condor, could easily hear the voice coming from the hall. The speaker seemed to be sent by Morius to report something to Munisa. Your Highness also asked me to remind the Prime Minister to be careful of Fang Sui. His progress in cultivation after his return this time is really surprising. He even defeated the High Priest. Munisa's voice then appeared, as solemn and majestic as before, and said nonchalantly, Fang Sui is just a foreign slave. No matter how deep his cultivation is, he can't be a big threat. It's a pity that I didn't kill him earlier. My palace is heavily guarded. If he is stupid enough to dare to break in, it would be a good thing. It's better to be careful. Just from the fact that Fang Sui dared to kill my brother, we know that he is bold and ignorant. He might really come to attack us secretly. We should think of a plan to get rid of him as soon as possible. The voice was soft and charming. Fang Sui knew it was from Candice as soon as he heard it. She was obsessed with getting rid of Fang Sui all the time. In the Dark Hades Palace, Fang Sui slowly stood up, with a trace of undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. The next chapter will be around 6 PM, and the additional chapter will be around midnight. Happy reading everyone. Well, I'm about to quit now. Please log in and click recommend and bookmark, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 119, the first one. Please recommend. Munisa continued, the simplest way is to gather elite troops and shoot him to death with arrows. Even if he is very powerful now, he will not be able to resist the power of thousands of arrows shooting at him in an instant, and he will definitely be killed in one shot. Candice thought, this method is unlikely to succeed. With his current level of practice, no one can get close to him without being noticed, let alone a whole team of murderous soldiers. After a pause, he said, in my opinion, we should arrange someone who can make him lose his guard. After getting close to him, we can use poison or curse to abolish or reduce his fighting ability, and then gather everyone's strength to kill him. This is the best way. Munisa said gloomily, although this method is good, it is not easy to implement. Now the only one who can get close to him without being guarded is the holy priest, but she relies on Fang Sui to force the high priest away and monopolize the power of the sacrificial institute. She will never help us. Candace continued, I have a plan. When Fang Sui was in Thebes, he knew several city guards. Although the relationship was weak, it might be useful. Fang Sui heard this, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. He thought to himself, I was going to wait for Morius to come back and settle accounts with these people together, but if I don't teach them a lesson, they will always think that I can't be manipulated by them. It's better to kill a few of them first than to let them plot against me in secret. The night was late. Under the moonlit night, Munisa was still very cautious during this special period, even in his own mansion. He was protected by several masters, either openly or secretly. After the secret meeting, he walked to his bedroom. He wore a dark golden forehead ornament, his eyebrows were slanted, his face was gloomy, and he walked to his bedroom with a steady gait. He waved his hand, asked the guards to wait outside the door, and entered the bedroom alone. Munisa had the habit of sleeping alone, so the palace was quiet and empty. He sat down, his mind fluctuating. A man who had fled Egypt and was being chased had returned with an unmatched momentum. Even Munisa had to be careful and on guard now, ready to kill him at any time. Thinking of this, he was filled with hatred and suddenly said, come here. There was no sound outside the palace, and no one responded. Munisa was furious and shouted, who is on duty? Come in. After he finished speaking, there was still no response. Munisa's face darkened slightly, and he realized that something was unusual. Just as he was thinking, a voice came from outside the palace, saying, all the guards around your bedroom were killed when I came in. No one will respond even if you shout. Munisa's face suddenly changed, and he stood up, with a flash of surprise and anger in his eyes. The next moment, Munisa regained his composure, with a gloomy face, and sat down again. Under his sharp gaze, a young man in a sacrificial white robe walked in silently from outside the hall. The young man had long hair and bright eyes, and it was undoubtedly Fang Sui. The blood-stained dark spear in his hand was slowly disappearing, and his eyes were scorching. After entering the hall, he looked at Munisa calmly and said lightly, I didn't want to come so early, but when I heard you were gathering and talking, the Prime Minister actually thought it was a good thing for me to come, so I changed my mind and came to your door. Munisa snorted coldly, his face became more gloomy and angry. Fang Sui came to Munisa leisurely, sat down opposite him, met Munisa's sharp eyes, and said calmly, as if he didn't feel the pressure from them at all, I've always wondered why Morius wanted to seize the throne of Pharaoh, because he knew that Pharaoh decided not to pass the throne to him. But you, Munisa, are already the Prime Minister of Egypt. Even if Morius becomes Pharaoh, your position will not be able to go any further, so why do you want to get involved? Munisa had recovered from the shock of Fang Sui's intrusion, and had other plans in mind. He said arrogantly, how can you understand what this Prime Minister thinks? Munisa was indeed a great talent. Even though Fang Sui came to kill him, he still did not weaken his power. His words implied contempt, and ridiculed Fang Sui's ignorance. But Fang Sui turned a blind eye, and was not annoyed. He glanced at Munisa and suddenly changed the subject. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, you still don't give up, and want to use secret methods to notify the guards to rescue you? I have already said that all those who are qualified to rescue you near your bedroom will be killed when I come in. Your Excellency does not need to wait. Munisa heard this, and finally revealed a trace of horror in his heart. You must know that he is the Prime Minister of Egypt, and there are many arrangements in his bedroom to deal with various unexpected situations. When Fang Sui came in, he had already sent out a signal in an unpredictable way to summon reinforcement. At this time, he was talking to Fang Sui. In fact, he was thinking in his heart how to prevent this boy from escaping when the reinforcement arrived in a moment, and he must capture and kill him tonight. Who would have thought that Fang Sui would suddenly expose his plan to secretly summon reinforcement? Munisa was shocked and thought that Fang Sui was about to take action. He had been in a high position for a long time, living a life of luxury, and had long lost the spirit of leading the army, looking down on others, and fighting fearlessly. Therefore, his immediate reaction at this time was to raise his hand, to touch a mechanism under the seat, hoping to escape into a secret passage connected to the seat for escape in times of danger. However, the swirling sound of the secret passage was light, and it was obviously triggered, but it did not allow him to sink into the ground as he wished. Munus's heart sank again, and then he saw a wisp of black hair emanating from Fang Sui's feet. It spread deep into the ground at some point, and seemed to be connected to the entire palace in terms of ki, and became a whole. With some mysterious means, it blocked the secret passage opened by Munusa. At this moment, Munusa was finally shocked, and suddenly stood up, with a layer of golden halo flowing around his body, emitting a burning breath. At the same time, he threw an object with his backhand, and covered Fang Sui's head. He moved like lightning, moving towards the palace door, trying to escape from the bedroom. But in the blink of an eye, he saw that the animal skin engraved with an evil curse that he had thrown to Fang Sui to save his life in the face of danger was blown out by Fang Sui with a fiery breath, which turned into a wisp of red flame and burned clean in an instant. At the same moment, Fang Sui's figure flashed, and without moving his hands and feet, he had suddenly appeared in front of Munusa like a ghost. Munusa was not a man without martial arts. At this time, there was no way out, and he was aroused to fight for his life. A drop of crystal red blood flowed strangely from his forehead, but as the Prime Minister of Egypt, he had martial arts in himself, and was also proficient in various inherited curses that were most widely circulated among the Egyptians. At this time, Munusa launched a blood curse, which used the yin energy and the yin and yang breath running in the human body as the source, and used his own blood as the medium, to pull a mysterious force between heaven and earth, to form a curse power, which was one of the curse cultivation methods inherited by the Egyptians. Once Fang Sui was struck by this curse power, he would surely die a hard death. However, Munusa was immediately disappointed. He cursed the air, and turned into a blood mist. Fang Sui casually stretched out his hand, and a dark air filled his palm. He took the blood mist into his hand and instantly dissipated it. Suddenly, Fang Sui's eyes were as bright as stars, and he slowly pointed out. His finger came with a strange momentum, and the movement was so slow that it seemed that everyone could easily catch it, but it gave people a hazy feeling that could not be seen clearly. When Munusa raised his arm to block, he found that he had blocked nothing. The attack from Fang Sui's arm was like an illusion. When Munusa was panicking and puzzled, Fang Sui had already sighed and turned to walk out. Suddenly, there was a bang on Munusa's forehead, and a bright red flashed, as if the sun was hit into his head. At this moment, Munusa's face showed uncontrollable viciousness and fear. He suddenly realized that Fang Sui's seemingly slow finger was actually indescribably fast, which formed a visual illusion. What he saw was just the shadow left by Fang Sui's quick movement, so it appeared that he had blocked nothing. In fact, when he blocked, Fang Sui's finger had already sent a force into Munusa's forehead, but it was not until he withdrew his hand and stepped back that the force suddenly erupted, which shows how fast and invisible the previous attack was. With a whoosh, a layer of faint flames ignited around Munusa's body, and he fell to the ground dead. The Egyptian Prime Minister finally died under Fang Sui's calm finger. Fang Sui's figure disappeared outside the palace. A gust of black wind swept by, and Munusa's body in the palace also disappeared. In Munusa's magnificent and continuous mansion, there is another palace with gorgeous decorations. This is Candace's bedroom. She returned in the night, feeling inexplicably restless and uneasy. After washing herself, she lay in the bedroom. A hint of gloom and murderous intent flashed across her charming face. She whispered, "Fang Sui." After tossing and turning, Candace finally fell asleep. In the dim night, a figure silently appeared in her bedroom. Chapter 120, Double Death, please recommend. The figure blended into the night, standing quietly a few feet away from Candace. Candace was asleep, unaware. She turned over lazily, and the white lining covering her body slipped off her jade-like skin, exposing her slender and round figure, smooth and flawless skin, and extremely seductive posture. The moonlight shone in, shading Candace in the hazy moon halo, adding a bit of temptation. She seemed to be sleeping unsteadily and frowned slightly with a hint of sadness that could not be concealed, adding a kind of pitiful charm. The figure's mouth was slightly curved, as if smiling, and he found a place in the hall and sat down. As if watching a play, his eyes showed a trace of interest and scrutiny, looking Candace up and down. The room was very quiet, as if something should happen. However, time passed slowly. Candace was already sleeping soundly, changing her posture 3 times, and the clothes covering her body slipped off more and more, and finally, even her breasts were vaguely exposed. Finally, the black shadow couldn't help laughing, and said calmly, "Since you have woken up a long time ago, why bother pretending to sleep? Even if you are naked, it is impossible to succeed in luring me close and waiting for an opportunity to attack you." The next moment, Candace really opened her eyes in the darkness, with a gleam in her eyes. There was no sign of a person who had just woken up from a deep sleep, but there was a flash of shame and anger at being exposed in a seduction plan. The black shadow sitting proudly in the hall was undoubtedly Fang Sui. The two had already fought a battle when they met, and Candace's weapon was her natural beauty. Obviously, she failed. Fang Sui watched for a long time with great patience, just like watching a big show, but he was not fooled. Candace couldn't act anymore. When she heard Fang Sui talking, she woke up, sat up, straightened her clothes, looked at Fang Sui, and said sincerely, "You killed my brother that year, so I set an ambush to kill you." Seeing Fang Sui didn't answer, she looked sad, and bowed her head and said, "We were friends, right? I regretted it afterwards. I couldn't rest easy every day in the past 2 years." Fang Sui said expressionlessly, "If I don't give you a chance, you will always be unwilling, so you can try." At the same moment when Fang Sui spoke, the sad and pitiful look on Candace's face disappeared, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Something strange happened. Under the bed where Candace slept, there was actually a figure lurking silently. At this moment, he suddenly jumped out, like a ghost running close to the ground, holding a cold blade in his hand, and waved it towards Fang Sui's legs. At this time, Candace also leaped up, but she did not attack Fang Sui, but ran out, laughing. "Fang Sui, since you returned to Thebes, I have been on guard all the time. I pretended to deal with you before, but in fact I had already secretly informed the guards. Now, outside this palace, there are layers of siege. You took the initiative to come to die tonight, and you can't blame others." As she spoke, Candace had already flashed out of the hall and escaped from danger. Her laughter became more and more cheerful. In the bedroom, a black shadow rushed out, holding a short blade with a cold glow, and had already slashed to a few inches in front of Fang Sui's legs. At the moment, when he was about to be slashed by the blade, Fang Sui moved his legs several inches away at a speed that was difficult to see. It was this movement of several inches that not only avoided the opponent's attack, but also created a clever angle. The end of his foot was raised and forward, and a black light suddenly appeared, and the underworld divine spear suddenly emerged from the end of his foot. This attack came suddenly and fantastically, which was very unexpected. With a sound of puff, the attacker's throat was pierced, and he died instantly. The body of this person fell to the ground, but it was a thin middle-aged woman. At the moment, when he kicked the woman to death, Fang Sui's figure moved smoothly and disappeared from the palace. When he chased out of Candace's bedroom, the lights outside were bright and people were moving. As expected, a large group of guards surrounded the surrounding area. The atmosphere was solemn. Under the protection of more than a dozen masters of different appearances, Candace stood in the crowd, with contempt and complacency on her face, looking at Fang Sui and said, "I gave you a chance, but you couldn't kill me. Are you willing to lose?" Candace said this complacently, with a smile on her face, but she was returning Fang Sui's previous words about giving her a chance, which seemed to be mocking Fang Sui. Fang Sui stood surrounded by enemies. His eyes were sharp. He stared at Candace and said, "Now I give you a chance, you can rest assured." Candace was stunned when she heard it, and then she sneered, a little surprised that Fang Sui was so stupid that he couldn't see the situation in front of him. Just when Candace was about to speak, Fang Sui moved again. He attacked again. With a sound of woo, A dark spear, in Fang Sui's hand, was formed, born, and swung out at a speed that no one could see clearly, and a black light flashed like light and lightning in the sky. Hiss. Like a piece of thin paper being pierced, Candace's smugness on her face had not disappeared, and she saw in disbelief that there was a hole in her chest. Her face suddenly lost all color, horror, fear, shock, all kinds of emotions flashed in her eyes. Puff. The dark spear pierced Candace, and the momentum was still not stopping. Several guards around Candace swung their blades at the dark spear. As soon as they made contact, they felt a huge force like a mountain or a sea surge from the spear. 3 people were swept by the force of the dark spear and fell down one after another with blood spurting out. What was even more shocking was that the dark spear finally shot at a distant palace wall like a flash of lightning, making a wild sound that shook the mountains and the earth, and the entire wall collapsed. In the dust, everyone looked stunned and unbelievable. The power of a spear could be so great. Candace slowly fell to the ground. The last scene she saw was Fang Sui rushing into the crowd like a tiger chasing sheep. No one could stop him. He killed several people in a row, easily separated the crowd of people who were blocking him, and disappeared into the night. Candace closed her eyes, and 2 crystal tears seemed to slide down from the corners of her eyes, and she died silently. That night, the Prime Minister Munisa and Candace and her daughter died together. The whole of Thebes was greatly shaken by this. Everyone knew who did this. The young man who left Thebes 2 years ago and returned now. He spent 2 years traveling around and returned, and he had surpassed the realm of practice that ordinary people could hardly reach in their lifetime. With his own strength, he broke into Munisa's bedroom alone, and then left calmly. Such force has far exceeded people's understanding of the strong. Even the high priest who is revered as a god in the world cannot do it. For a time, everyone was terrified by the name of Fang Sui. What's strange is that Fang Sui committed such a serious crime of killing an important official, but the ruler of Egypt, His Majesty the Pharaoh, who is known as the son of the gods, did not say anything. The deep meaning revealed in this makes people with different purposes fall into contemplation, uneasiness, or secretly happy. But all this has nothing to do with Fang Sui. After killing Munisa and Candace, he said goodbye to the holy priest that night, and then left Egypt again with the Horus Condor holding the Hel Rau, heading west along the way, crossing the endless desert. Then he crossed the Atlantic Ocean again, heading south diagonally, and finally came to the ancient land of South America. The Amazon jungle, where thousands of plants and animals coexist, and danger and mystery coexist, is located in the east of the South American continent. When Fang Sui drove the condor to the edge of the Amazon, he saw endless lush vegetation, standing in a staggered manner, covering the sky and the earth, blocking the sun and the moon. This was Fang Sui's first impression of the Amazon, when he first arrived in this ancient era, when the land was vast and sparsely populated. He stood on the back of the condor and cast his eyes into the depths of the jungle. There were trees all over the sky, boundless, and streams of steaming fog filled the air, like a sea of fog, covering the depths of the jungle. A light breeze suddenly blows, dispersing the fog a little. Indistinctly, you can see beasts roaring, and snakes and insects running rampant in the depths of the jungle fog. When the breeze blows again, everything is hidden in the waves of clouds and mist. The weather is majestic and mysterious. Wisps of clouds and mist are dispersing and swaying, turning into clouds, and steaming the moon. This is a unique wonder of the Amazon rainforest. Chapter 121, The Ring of the Dark Evil Spirits. Please recommend. Amazon is the largest tropical rainforest in the world, with an area of 7 million square kilometers. This lush and boundless forest has a great impact on the climate of the entire world. The oxygen it produces accounts for 1/3 of the world's total oxygen. The biological species contained in this forest area account for 1/5 of the world's total. The plant species and bird species each account for half of the world, and the freshwater resources account for 18% of the world's total. There are more than 100,000 species of animals and birds known now, and everyone knows that there are countless wonders and gullies in the Amazon, and the undiscovered plants and animals are by no means less than the discovered species. This shows a mystery and vastness of the Amazon. Fang Sui has been in the Amazon for 3 days. At his speed, he has already penetrated into the deepest area of the Amazon. The surrounding dense forests cover the sky, blocking the sun and the darkness far and near, as if the night has fallen. In fact, it is still noon at this time, and you can see how dense the trees here are. There are countless thousand-year-old trees here, and it is unknown how many years the giant snakes and poisonous insects have survived. The sounds of snakes hissing and tigers roaring are one after another. The survival lore of the jungle is being played out every moment. Hel Ryu followed Fang Sui, constantly checking the direction, identifying the road, and approaching the direction of the known ruins of gods and demons. They went deep all the way, even with Hel Ryu's cultivation, that had already reached the level of apostles. They were still shocked. They were attacked by the endless dangers in the jungle, and were almost injured several times. They needed to stay alert at all times. The two stopped to rest for a while. Fang Sui stood on a boulder beside a stream, and turned his head to look around. The trees here are extremely lush, and there are almost no roads to pass through. If they were not able to run fast on the treetops, some places would not be able to go deep at all. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly jumped out from a big tree beside the stream, and pounced on Fang Sui. It was a big black-brown centipede about a foot long. This thing has a hideous head and horns, and its eyes emit a bright light. It is extremely terrifying and poisonous. Fang Sui saw it with a look of joy. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and his palm seemed to swallow and spit. A stream of dark energy flowed like a rope, and instantly bound the attacking giant centipede, and turned it into the dark energy. The next moment, Fang Sui spread out his hand, and a piece of dark armor appeared in his palm. The amazing thing is, that the black gas on the armor was steaming, and a poisonous centipede was faintly visible, swimming and hissing, with amazing evil power. It was the big centipede, that was swept by the dark energy before. After Fang Sui absorbed it with the dark energy, it was actually imprisoned in the magical power of the dark armor. In fact, the magical power of the Netherworld armor is known for its ever-changing nature. It can be transformed into different forms of weapons and armor, and even various other objects. However, when Fang Sui first came into contact with this magical power, his cultivation was still shallow, so he only sought to specialize and practice spear skills. Therefore, the power of this magical power in terms of changes was never obvious. Now, on the one hand, Fang Sui's cultivation is gradually increasing, and on the other hand, his spear skills have approached a bottleneck, and it is not easy to break through. Only then did he start to have some leisure time to study the other functions of the Netherworld armor. What he showed at this time was that the detention of centipedes into the Netherworld armor was a kind of death spell related to the armor magic power. It can transform the evil creatures with merit into the objects derived from the nether energy, which can be combined with the Netherworld armor to produce various wonderful uses, or the detained evil creatures can be released separately and become evil spirits for the magic power to control, which can attack or defend. It is a vicious method of taming the cursed spirit in the death spell of the Netherworld armor. However, this cursed spirit is hard to find. It requires finding a very evil and fierce creature. Fang Sui rarely encountered a suitable fierce creature before, but it was different when he entered the Amazon at this time. There were so many poisonous insects and beasts here that it could be called the most densely populated place on Earth. In the past 3 days, Fang Sui had already refined 3 fierce creatures into his armor, including the Amazon poisonous centipede he had just captured. At this moment, on the armor plate in Fang Sui's palm, the giant centipede was bound and refined by the nether energy, and every joint of its body was covered with death curses, which was terrifying. After a while, the appearance of this armor plate derived from the nether energy changed, and it turned into a nether ring, shining with dim light, coiled on Fang Sui's left index finger, and constantly showed a death centipede and 2 ferocious poisonous snakes. They were all fierce creatures that Fang Sui had imprisoned with nether energy in the past 3 days. At this time, they were coiled in the nether death curse ring and became cursed spirits for Fang Sui to control. After resting, the two identified the road and prepared to set off again. A dark aura flowed through the death ring on Fang Sui's hand, and suddenly a centipede and 2 dark green, arm-thick, scaled venomous snakes sprang out. These 3 ferocious creatures were refined by the death curse of the underworld, and their evil power increased, making them several times more ferocious than before. Their bodies also changed greatly. The centipede grew to 2 feet in length, Its abdomen and feet rustled, and it ran with its head held high, like a general clearing the way, looking ferocious and terrifying. Hel Rao's eyes were filled with fear, and she was secretly terrified by Fang Sui's endless tricks, but she had to admit that Fang Sui's use of venomous creatures to clear the way was the best way to get through the dangerous Amazon jungle. The two followed the centipede and two snakes, and continued to go deeper. Fang Sui asked while running fast, "How long will it take to reach the location of the ruins of gods and demons you mentioned?" Hel Rao lowered her eyebrows and said pleasantly, "It's slow here. It will take about half a month to reach the deepest part of the jungle." Fang Sui frowned. It took so long. 4 days later, Fang Sui and his companions were still going deep into the boundless jungle. In the past 4 days, the two of them encountered no less than dozens of dangers, including some trees and vegetation, which can release anesthetic toxins, making people lose the ability to resist, and then swallow and absorb them. And the attacks of animals and plants are not the most dangerous. The greater danger comes from the indigenous humans of a primitive tribe. They are thin, but more agile than monkeys. They run freely in the vast jungle, as if walking on flat ground. They have appeared several times in recent days, and attacked Fang Sui and his companions as prey. Fortunately, the two are masters of the world, so the attacking natives, although they have the advantage of terrain and numbers, have not gained any advantage after several battles between the two sides. Instead, they have suffered heavy losses, and have not appeared in the past 2 days. The days of deepening, although there are frequent dangers, are not without benefits. The three evil creatures in Fang Sui's death curse ring of the underworld have grown rapidly by constantly devouring the animals they encounter along the way. Although they are ordinary beasts, and are far less powerful than the summoned undead, their advantage is that they have no time limit. In this dangerous jungle, they are used as a pathfinder, which is a great help. The centipede is already nearly 3 feet long, its shell is like iron, and the death spell is looming. The two dark green snakes are more than 10 feet long, running with their heads held high, and the evil power is overflowing. These three evil creatures were released by Fang Sui, and the trees fell down wherever they passed, and the beasts were frightened. Suddenly, Fang Sui, who was walking behind the three evil creatures, had a slightly stern face, and felt a strange feeling. The three evil creatures leading the way in front also lay on the ground at the same time, trembling. Fang Sui knew immediately that this scene was because there were extremely powerful creatures around, which made these three evil creatures that became death curse spirits feel fearful. Boom. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Thunder roared, and the jungle became darker, and it was pitch dark. Fang Sui collected the centipede and the two snakes, and soared into the treetops with Hel Rao. But in the sky in front of them, there were thunder and lightning, showing the power of heaven, that made people tremble with fear. Hel Rao exclaimed, "What kind of creature is that, so huge?" Fang Sui looked closely, and saw a giant python coiled in the depths of the Amazon jungle below the most densely populated area of thunder and lightning, as if resisting the lightning. The giant python's body was like a small mountain, with an upright posture. Whenever thunder struck, it trembled all over, and its thickened horizontal tail whipped left and right. With a crackling sound, the surrounding trees broke into pieces and wood chips flew across. The Amazon jungle has had the world's largest snake, the Amazon anaconda, since ancient times. The ones that have been confirmed in later generations are nearly 10 meters long. In related legends, it is said that some people have seen a snake that is 30 or 40 meters long and as thick as a mountain ridge, driving the wind and rain into the depths of the Amazon. What Fang Sui saw before his eyes was this legendary Amazon jungle overlord. This is a fierce beast that is not inferior to the deep-sea dragon beast that he saw when he crossed the Pacific Ocean. Fang Sui's eyes lit up, and suddenly he whistled softly, and he went straight to the place where the anaconda was, approaching it like thunder. Chapter 122, Capturing the Curse Spirit. Above the vast jungle, lightning stabbed like a divine spear, and thunder roared like a drum in the sky. A breath of destruction enveloped the jungle. The world's largest giant snake, the Amazon anaconda, was majestic and coiled on the ground, showing its fierce power to meet the lightning. Fang Sui was as fast as lightning, and like a puff of light smoke floating silently, he stood on the top of a big tree, as if he had no weight, swaying like a willow in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he stared at the giant python without blinking. It was coiled in yellow and green all over, as if it was accepting the strike of thunder to temper itself. This is indeed a demon python that has become a climate and is about to exceed the category of ordinary creatures. But it is obviously in a bad condition now. Under the strike of thunder, its skin and flesh were torn, and many wounds were deep enough to see the bones. A pool of blood gathered where it was coiled. Fang Sui looked around and found that there were several powerful auras lurking around. They were all like him, lurking nearby, ready to take advantage of the opportunity when the giant python was struck by thunder and was in a bad situation. Although the giant python was seriously injured, it was the overlord of the jungle after all. Therefore, at this time, those who dared to lurk around and spy were all powerful creatures in the Amazon jungle, second only to the giant python, and each of them was extraordinary. Fang Sui's eyes swallowed and spit out light golden flames, burning nothingness, penetrating the truth, and looking at the positions of several powerful creatures hiding around. He first saw a jaguar that was nearly times the size of an ordinary tiger, lying under a bush, with colorful and majestic colors, and then saw a centipede of a different species that was several times larger than the centipede he caught, with a shiny black shell. In a nearby stream, there was also a dark green crocodile with thick armor lurking secretly. This crocodile must be at least 4 feet long, which is definitely longer than any crocodile species Fang Sui knows. It is obvious that it has also undergone some changes in the isolated environment of the Amazon, and it has become a terrifying creature that has existed for a long time. Boom. When Fang Sui was looking at the several beasts lurking around, the giant python that was being struck by lightning suddenly stretched its body, resting its tail on the ground, and raised its head to the sky, showing its unruly posture. However, the thunder and lightning were ruthless. With a loud bang, the sky trembled, and another bright lightning shot down. The giant python, which was almost a demon, howled suddenly, and a large piece of flesh was split on its neck. It was smoking, and its ferocity was greatly reduced. It no longer dared to show off its strength, and retreated to escape. A strong wind suddenly blew around it, and the sand and stones trembled, rolling away. As it retreated, the thunder in the sky converged, leaving only dark clouds lingering in the sky, gathering but not dispersing. At this moment, the dormant ferocious creatures around moved. With a roar, the jaguar was the first to pounce, its claws as sharp as knives, swinging at the neck of the giant python. Bang! Instead, the giant python moved like lightning, swung its head and slapped the jaguar, causing its bones to shatter in an instant, and it collapsed to the ground with serious injuries. But immediately, the black-backed centipede and the crocodile that were dormant on the side appeared, both of them, and quickly attacked the anaconda that was struck by the thunder. As we all know, the centipede is the leader of snakes and insects, and in terms of properties, it has some restraint on snakes and pythons. Therefore, when the black-backed centipede appeared, the anaconda immediately stopped and left, coiled into a ball, and started a life and death battle with the centipede and the crocodile at the same time. This fight was so powerful that it affected the surrounding area for dozens of feet, and blood flowed like a stream. The anaconda was attacked repeatedly, but after all, it was not an ordinary animal. It was physically strong, and could climb mountains. It became the final winner and severely injured the centipede and the giant crocodile at the same time. However, the anaconda was already scarred and extremely weak at that time. How could he not pick up such a bargain? Fang Sui waited anxiously for a long time, and now he was still hesitating, and the lightning struck. At the same time, black air was swelling around him, and the undead mummy was also summoned, kicking the ground and leaping onto the neck of the python. The slender staff in his hand was filled with a dark death curse, which flashed into the head of the giant python. The giant python was in unbearable pain and wanted to roll and struggle. Fang Sui had already shouted lightly and sacrificed a black halo, which was the ring of the evil spirit of the underworld in his hand. As soon as the ring left Fang Sui's hand, it swelled in the wind and turned into a cursed magic ring of evil power, which encircled the neck of the giant python and tightened it more and more. At the same time, the magic ring was still spreading the power of the curse, evolving layers of black air, like water, invading the giant python's body and wrapping it up. The giant python flipped violently, swung its tail, and whipped the ground, making a wild sound like a drum. For a time, the surrounding mountain shook. Gradually, the python seemed to have been drained of its blood and became skinny and hideous, like a mummy python, with a dark complexion and flickering spells. Later, this huge creature was completely absorbed into the cursed magic ring, transformed by the ring, and disappeared strangely. The magic ring was as dim as water, flowing non-stop, and successively took the seriously injured crocodile, the centipede withered body, and the jaguar into the ring. After these fierce creatures entered the underworld ring, they were successively hit with death spells and became cursed spirits in the ring. While increasing the power of the ring, they were in turn watered and baptized by the underworld energy in the ring. Their injuries recovered quickly, and they projected a figure that was reduced many times on the ring, swimming and running and roaring. Fang Sui was very happy. This bargain was great. Without any effort, he got several poisonous insects and wild beasts, which immediately increased the power of the underworld evil spirit ring. At this time, the underworld evil spirit ring flew in the air and returned to Fang Sui's finger, turning into a ring again. The shape of the ring was quietly changing, and a hideous snake head with exaggerated curvature and coldness was faintly exposed, turning into the shape of an evil snake ring. This means that among the cursed spirits sucked into the ring, the anaconda is the strongest. Fang Sui thought for a moment and realized that the ring of the underworld could not hold cursed spirits indefinitely. The more cursed spirits were collected, the weaker the binding force of the ring on them would be, and there was a danger of being attacked by the cursed spirits. At this moment, the original centipede and two snakes in the ring were obviously not as strong as the evil creatures that entered later. Putting them in the ring became a burden. Fang Sui then activated the death curse power, and in an instant, a brutal massacre occurred in the ring. The original centipede and two poisonous snakes were torn and eaten by the evil creatures that entered later. Blood splattered, and they died tragically in an instant. This is exactly the evil of the death curse. The ring derived from the magical power of the underworld armor and soldiers has the same evil effect as refining poisonous insects. All the evil creatures bound in it can fight under the urging of the curse until the strongest and fiercest cursed spirit is refined. Fang Sui was greedy for novelty and immediately activated the ring. The dim light flashed in front of his eyes. The cursed spirits in the ring were released in the black air and fell in front of Fang Sui, lined up in a row. Fang Sui happily jumped on the head of the big crocodile and waved his hand with high spirits. These evil creatures seemed to be out of the gate, sweeping forward with a sweeping momentum, like a wind in clouds. Hel Rauayu was stunned from behind. She didn't get Fang Sui's permission, so of course she didn't dare to ride any evil creature at will. Even if she was jealous, she could only rely on her feet to chase after her. Looking at Fang Sui's back high on the crocodile's head, there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. The days passed quickly. After Fang Sui got the cursed spirit ring, he felt like a fish in water in the Amazon jungle. The originally arduous journey tended to become a journey of driving hawks and walking dogs. These buggering spirits were nourished by the dark energy every day, and they were all fat and strong from hunting various powerful animals along the way. However, it was not completely without danger. Fang Sui was so fierce that he accidentally broke into the nest of Amazon jungle giant ants. The notoriety of jungle giant ants is known to the world. They come in groups and leave no grass behind. They are the most dangerous social species in the Amazon jungle. Fang Sui's intrusion caused the ant colony to come out in full force. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately took back the several big cursed spirits he summoned. He had a sense of fleeing and jumped over the tree and flew away. Otherwise there would be a good fight. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon of that day, a series of low mountains appeared in front of Fang Sui and Hel Rauayu's sight, and at the foot of the mountains was a vast lake. The area was filled with ancient air, and the smoke and clouds turned into mist. When the warm wind blew, the lake rippled, blocking the sun and reflecting the moon, and contained a strange and beautiful aura. Hel Rauayu's eyes flickered, and she looked around and said, "The ruins of gods and demons that I know of should be nearby." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Moonlight Temple, please recommend. Fang Sui glanced at Hel Ryu and said, "That's all?" Hel Ryu looked thoughtful and recalled, "I also know a sentence about the ruins here, but it's hard to explain the specific meaning." Fang Sui sneered, "Tell me about it." "Where the goddess shed tears, there is a temple outside the sky. She came to the world under the moonlight, and will guide all living beings to see the footprints of the gods." Hel Ryu's voice was low and slow. Fang Sui frowned. This kind of unclear verse is the most annoying. The meaning is vague, and it takes a long time to analyze. The goddess shed tears. This sentence is undoubtedly related to water. Fang Sui thought in his mind, and the ring on his hand flashed, releasing a green-brown crocodile. At this time, this ferocious and bloodthirsty giant crocodile has been cleansed by the power of the death curse for several days, and has been nourished by the underworld. Its body size has continued to grow, and has reached a length of more than 5 feet. Such a huge body is a kind of strong oppressive force in itself. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding area was immediately filled with fierce energy and surged. Crash. The waves rolled, and the giant crocodile slid into the large lake in front, and began to look for clues related to the Moon Temple. After a whole hour, the water splashed again, and the fierce crocodile resurfaced. Nothing found. There was nothing unusual under the lake. Fang Sui thought again. In later generations, there was also a legend about the existence of a moon temple in the depths of the Amazon. It is said that when the gods walked into the world, the moon god personally participated in the construction of a temple, which contained the secrets of the moon god. Moon god. Fang Sui looked up at the sky. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and it was not far from the time when night fell. When the bright moon climbed to the top and the starlight was scattered, Fang Sui once again searched the area around this lake, but still found nothing. He thought to himself that it was difficult to find the Moon Temple, which was built in an unknown era, in this vast area with a seemingly plausible verse. After a while, Fang Sui and Hel Ryu stayed for a while, exploring every inch of the nearby area every day to find secrets. Fang Sui even dived into the bottom of the lake himself, and explored several times, but unfortunately, he never found anything related to the Moon Temple. He did find one thing that was unusual, that is, there was no life in the lake, and it was peaceful. Fang Sui also tried to step on the Eagle of Horus, and look down at the land from the sky. What he saw was that there was no place that could be related to the temple left by the moon god in the world. Of course, staying in the depths of the Amazon jungle is not without gain. In recent days, the 4 cursed spirits in the death ring of the underworld have come out in groups, looking for food everywhere. The Amazon jungle has been disturbed day and night, and many powerful creatures that are hidden and difficult to see from the outside world have been disturbed and appeared. Boom. A row of trees that several people hugged fell over. It was the 4 cursed spirits that were surrounding and killing an evil beast. The 2 sides fought fiercely. This evil beast was a very rare species called armadillo. Fang Sui stepped on the tree canopy and stood on a big tree not far away, looking at the armadillo. It was more than 10 feet in size, with a yellowish brown body, and looked somewhat similar to a pangolin. The scales on its back were like natural armor. Not only was it strong in defense, but its claws were as sharp as knives and spears. It fought with the cursed spirits, and both sides had blood frequently spilled, and roared to the sky. After a long time, the armadillo died tragically under the siege, and was eaten by the cursed spirits. A few days later, another evil creature that Fang Sui had not expected was drawn out by the rampaging cursed spirits. It turned out to be a creature that looked like a dinosaur and a giant crocodile that walked on 2 legs. This evil creature was nearly 3 feet tall and had a wild and domineering power. It was a beast that was not inferior to the anaconda. Its head was huge, its teeth were like axes, its bite force was amazing, and its tail was like a giant hammer. It could twitch left and right, breaking trees and rocks instantly. This dinosaur-like beast had been dormant in the Amazon jungle for who knows how many years. It was disturbed and came out. After a bloody battle, it beat the crocodile and the American tiger, two of the foreign race released by Fang Sui, into a pool of bloody corpses. In the end, it fought with the anaconda and the black-shelled centipede, until it was exhausted. It was then imprisoned by the ring of the underworld, and became a new death curse spirit. In this way, there was one less ring wraith in the death ring, only 3 left, but its strength did not decrease but increased. The python and the newly added dragon crocodile were all creatures of the jungle overlord level. Time flies. Just when Hel Raju had given up and suggested going to the next secret place of gods and demons she knew, the strange changes in the Moonlight Temple finally appeared. On this night, it rained heavily in the Amazon jungle. The dripping raindrops were like a beaded curtain, separating the sky from the earth. Everything was shrouded in the rain and became hazy. Late at night, sitting cross-legged on the top of a lush tree, Fang Sui, who was sensing the power of the earth and the stars and moon in the sky, suddenly felt a sense of induction. He vaguely realized that the bright moon on the sky had a different breath than usual, as if it had a strange resonance with a certain place in the Amazon jungle. Fang Sui suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. He looked at the vast lake not far away, which he had explored countless times. An incredible image appeared. The moonlight from outer space, in this rain curtain, shone on the lake, as if it was radiating an incredible force, reflecting a huge outline shape on the lake. The shape became clearer and more solid, as if it had the meaning of generating a real object. Hel Raju was on another nearby tree, her eyes flashing with surprise, and she murmured, "The goddess tears refer to rain, and what is reflected on the lake is the moon temple." Before she finished speaking, an even more shocking scene made Hel Raju stop talking to herself, and she stared at the mysterious changes on the lake with her eyes wide open in surprise. At this time, the shape of the lake reflected by the moonlight was slowly rising. It turned out that water and moonlight were used as materials, blending with each other, slowly shaping a building, the Moon Temple. This scene was so incredible. The lake water seemed to have spirituality, flowing and rising, shaping into a solid building. No matter how it was imagined before, no one could have predicted that this relic of gods and demons, the legendary Moon Temple, would be born and formed in this form in the vast rainy night. The existence of this Moon Temple is really incredible to the extreme, completely beyond human cognition. As Fang Sui watched, the temple in the lake, integrating the moonlight and water, was like being built by an invisible hand, from nothing to something on the lake surface, becoming complete little by little. Soon, on the vast and boundless lake surface, there appeared a huge building that was crystal clear, with both square and round shapes, magnificent, and intertwined with wonderful mechanisms and principles, like a sleeping palace for gods and demons. It was the Moonlight Temple. The most unusual thing was that after the Moonlight Temple was formed, water was still flowing on its surface. It looked like the wall was dynamic, but not a drop of water was spilled. The whole temple was reflected under the bright moon in the sky, and the light was hazy and illusory. When the temple was fully formed, from a certain angle, it seemed to be holding up the bright moon outside the dome, and the light of the two reflected each other, transmitting and circulating a mysterious energy to each other. What was even more amazing was that under the shining of the moonlight, the temple produced words on the transparent wall that shone with moonlight, like an ancient scripture containing the mysteries of the universe. Moreover, there were sounds of the gods chanting together, echoing in the souls of Fang Sui and Hel Raju at the same time. At this time, Fang Sui and Hel Raju moved together, leaped down from the treetops, walked on the water, and approached the Moon Temple. The closer they got, the clearer they could see the ancient scriptures reflected on the Moon Temple, and the chanting in their souls became louder and louder, causing waves of resonance in the soul, giving people an indescribable sense of throbbing. Finally, Fang Sui was the first to arrive at the temple constructed by water and light. He seemed to be inspired by a secret force, and slowly reached out his hand to touch the wall of the temple. At this moment, Fang Sui suddenly turned his head away. His eyes were faster than lightning. The dense jungles near and far were shaking branches and leaves, rustling in the wind, and there was nothing unusual. Chapter 124, The Gate of the Gods. Hel Raju also came to the Moon Palace. Seeing Fang Sui's solemn face and shining eyes, he asked, "What did you find?" Fang Sui simply said, "Maybe I sensed it wrongly. Without further explanation, he reached out to the crystal clear moon palace in front of him again. When his hand really touched the water flowing wall of the moon palace, time seemed to freeze. Fang Sui only felt a slight chill. The next moment, an unimaginable and magnificent force was pushed over from the moon palace. This force contained a message. Unexpectedly, after the temple appeared, what resounded in the two people's souls was not some ancient scripture used for cultivation. At this time, the sound suddenly surged into Fang Sui's consciousness when he touched the wall of the temple and turned into a mysterious pattern that unfolded. In an instant, Fang Sui's consciousness seemed to be dragged into the message pattern sent from the temple. The pattern showed a vast and boundless galaxy, and Fang Sui was dragged into the galaxy. His consciousness passed through incredible time and space in an instant, passing by stars one by one. Fang Sui was watching these stars from a bystander's perspective. Suddenly, his heart was slightly shaken, because the image of the entire galaxy was slowly rotating, like a vortex surrounding two spiral arms. This is a macroscopic image of the Milky Way. The scene changed again, and one of the spiral arms of the Milky Way was quickly pulled closer, and 9 planets appeared like lightning. Obviously, this is a scene from the Milky Way to the solar system. Fang Sui's eyes lit up, and the scene of the 9 planets in the solar system that appeared was very short, but in this short moment, Fang Sui clearly saw a continuous, collapsed and dilapidated building ruins on a certain star. The building was magnificent beyond human imagination, like the former residence of the gods. Although the time was short, Fang Sui was sure that the planet with the architectural remains was definitely not the blue Earth among the 9 planets in the solar system. Could it be that there were other planets in the solar system where life had existed and built such magnificent buildings? Fang Sui had no time to think, and the scene in his consciousness changed again, and a bright moon expanded infinitely. Suddenly, Fang Sui constructed a hazy body in the form of consciousness and landed on the moon. It was desolate and cold here, without any vitality, like a place of death, and there was no sound. The next moment Fang Sui felt his consciousness sinking, as if he fell into the interior of the bright moon. He vaguely saw a huge square object in the bright moon, which looked like a palace and a city, but before Fang Sui could distinguish it specifically, all the images reflected in his consciousness disappeared together. He seemed to have returned to his soul, and opened his eyes together with Hel Rao, who was also touching the moon temple not far away. This short and instantaneous experience made people feel empty and distant, as if they had traveled through the Milky Way and the stars, which was extremely mysterious. Hel Rao was limited by her age, and had limited knowledge of the starry sky. Naturally, she could not, like Fang Sui, clearly know from the previous scene that it was a scene of the outer space. But she was still very shocked and whispered, "In the picture sent by the moon temple, are the stars in the sky shown? Are the gods walking among the stars?" Fang Sui's face moved slightly. She also saw life walking among the stars. What the two saw was obviously very different. Fang Sui said calmly, "Those who can walk on the stars are undoubtedly gods. Their power is unimaginable and extremely powerful." Fang Sui's words did not reveal any flaws. His purpose was to follow Hel Rao's words and let her continue to recall the scene she saw before. Hel Rao thought Fang Sui saw the same thing as she did, so she was not on guard at all. She said with surprise and admiration, "Well, they fought in the void, crossed over the stars, and finally walked into a divine gate and disappeared. It's a pity that the scene changed too quickly, and I couldn't see anything else clearly. Where did the gods go after they walked into the divine gate?" "The gods walked into the divine gate." Fang Sui's eyes flickered when he heard this. At this time, another change occurred. It was the moonlight temple constructed by the lake water and the moonlight. It quickly became dim and was about to disappear. Hel Rao woke up, as if from a dream, and said regretfully, "The moon temple is going to disappear, and we haven't really entered it yet." Fang Sui said, "This temple is made of material beyond human understanding. If you want to enter, you must use some special method, or even go deep into it in the form of an invisible spiritual existence. Even if it doesn't disappear, we can't enter it." After Fang Sui woke up from the state of touching the moon temple and wandering in the starfield, his arm still maintained the posture of touching the moon temple before. At this time, seeing that the temple began to become illusory, he thought of retracting his hand. But something unexpected happened. The moment he retracted his hand, the divine soil in his body suddenly vibrated and connected with the key of the vast world. A force passed through the divine soil and was sent into the moon temple along Fang Sui's arm. Then, his hand seemed to have an extra strange suction. There was a stream of essence. As Fang Sui's hand withdrew, it was extracted from the moon temple and fell into his hand, turning into a water-powered flow, like an object like a crystal ball, emitting a bright moonlight. This surprised Fang Sui. He thought to himself, could it be that the crystal ball pulled out from the moon palace represents a miniature moon? Hel Rao, who was standing beside him, had also withdrawn her hand from the moon palace. Seeing that she had gained nothing, Fang Sui pulled out a crystal from the palace. With a jealous look on his face, he said, "What did you do? How could you get a crystal from the moon palace?" Fang Sui glanced at her coldly. This woman always exposed the idea that everything should be based on her, consciously or unconsciously. It was really disgusting. At this time, the light on the moon palace had faded and disappeared. Fang Sui turned and walked towards the lake shore. Boom. The moon palace lost the infusion of the moonlight, and the lake water, another component of it, collapsed with a bang, splashing huge waves and falling back into the lake. For a moment, the lake made a deafening sound like the surging tide. When the lake calmed down again, the moon palace, which had previously dominated the lake and was majestic and connected to the sky, had disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. Fang Sui held the crystal ball of the moon in his hand and looked down at it. What exactly is it? A dark golden light shone from Fang Sui's eyes, shining on the crystal ball of the moon palace in his hand. The bright light lingering on the crystal ball dimmed under Fang Sui's blazing gaze, revealing the true appearance hidden inside the ball. Ah! The gate of the gods? Hel Rao, who was standing aside, exclaimed. At this time, the inside of the crystal ball in Fang Sui's hand was indeed reflecting a mysterious gate. The gate was very strange, as if it was made of some metal similar to bronze, engraved with countless complicated spell patterns, like the Wheel of Time, and there was also a magical aura that spanned space, which made people feel that it was not an ordinary thing at first sight. So Hel Rao whispered that it was the gate of the gods. Fang Sui continued to observe the crystal ball in his hand, and saw many small light spots in it, which had a kind of aura connection with the gate of the gods in the ball. The inside of this crystal ball seemed to contain a star field, and the many bright spots indicated stars. Fang Sui had a bold association. If the gate in this moon crystal ball really represented the gate of the gods, and the many bright spots represented stars, then is it possible that these bright spots were the destinations that would be reached after passing through the gate of the gods? In other words, if you pass through the gate of the gods, you may reach these stars. Those stars are the hometowns of the gods. This thought shocked Fang Sui's whole body. But then he thought that, even if there was a gate of the gods, the most likely location should be on the moon, which made Fang Sui feel discouraged. Although his current cultivation level was close to the level where opponents were hard to find in the vast sea of people, it was simply a fantasy to want to go to the moon. If the Horus Eagle continued to evolve, it was not ruled out that one day in the future, it would be possible to successfully fly away from the Earth, but the time required would be unimaginably long. Fang Sui sighed, looked at the crystal ball in his hand again, and found that it was slowly rotating in a constant pattern. Fang Sui's heart was moved slightly. This crystal ball might not represent the moon in the sky, but the Earth, because its constant rotation law is more like the Earth rotating on itself. Fang Sui guessed the answer, as if he had solved a puzzle, and was immediately overjoyed. The location of the gate of the gods is inside the crystal ball, at the top of the entire sphere. If this is really a miniature Earth, then the top is undoubtedly the far north. Could it be that in the far north of the Earth, there is a gate left by the gods? At the moment, when Fang Sui's mind was full of thoughts, he felt something again. His face suddenly sank, and he turned his head to look into the distance. This time, in the vast jungle in the distance, 3 figures appeared, stepping on the treetops, approaching as if walking on flat ground. Fang Sui's eyes narrowed into a slit, and his brilliance was as cold as a cold knife, flashing and disappearing in an instant. Chapter 125 Lightning Attack. Please recommend. Among the three people who were walking from afar on the treetops, one was Zujiana, who had been seriously injured and dying when he came to hunt Fang Sui with the Great Witch Master of Ghost Village on the isolated island overseas. Zujiana's injuries had long been recovered, and he had a stronger sense of strength than before. A blood moon mark on his forehead seemed to have magical power, slowly spinning, spreading a blood-colored halo, shining in all directions, extremely evil and frightening. The two people with Zujiana, a man and a woman, were much stronger than Zujiana just from the fluctuation of their breath. The man was flying in a flying posture. His stature was not like that of a human. He was extremely strong. His long hair fell to his shoulders, and he wore a simple metal armor, which radiated cold silver light, shining brightly, and walking under the moonlight. It was like a bright moon in the world, attracting people's attention. The three were all apostle level figures, and the man was the most powerful among them. The other woman was very beautiful, with a white complexion that seemed to glow. She had a strange attraction that made people unable to look away when they looked at her from a distance. She moved gracefully and walked beside the tall man without looking away. The only thing that made people feel strange was that there was no emotion in her eyes at all, revealing a gloomy feeling unique to cold-blooded animals. The three of them had one thing in common, that is, they all had a moon-shaped mark on their foreheads. The difference was that the moon-shaped marks of the other two were very different from the bright blood-colored mark emitted by Zujiana, but emitted a nearly dark light. Zujiana, is this the person you said possessed the legendary code of the underworld world, the Book of the Dead? After approaching, the man who was the leader of the three glanced at Fang Sui lightly and asked. Yes. Zujiana agreed, his eyes emitting a fierce and hateful light, staring at Fang Sui. The woman with a gloomy look also glanced at Fang Sui, frowned and said, "Are you sure? How can an ordinary human be recognized by the Book of the Dead?" The man glanced at the crystal ball in Fang Sui's hand, which he took out from the Moon Palace, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out to grab Fang Sui without any warning. He stood 2 feet away, but an invisible force spread out from his hand, surging like a wave. Even the void was pressed by this force and was trembling, which showed its amazing power. Fang Sui's face was calm, the dark energy in his hand flowed, and the divine soil in his body shook violently, and a breath of power containing mountains and rivers was quickly pushed out. The power of the two people clashed in the air, and a head-on collision occurred without any turn. With a bang, the surrounding grass and trees fell over in pieces, and the giant tree broke in an instant. Fang Sui and the man who made the move shook together. The woman with a gloomy expression was greatly surprised and uttered a light ah. It was obvious that she had never thought that Fang Sui could fight against his companions and not lose. Fang Sui frowned slightly and said, "You are not human like Zujiana, but from the Netherworld." Zujiana laughed wildly and continued, "I have told you before that after my harvest in the cliff ruins, I have opened the barrier that was imprisoned in the human world and could not continue to practice and break through. These two are my Netherworld Demon Moon Clan warriors. After I practice again in this world, I can use my soul as a positioning mark to lead them from the Netherworld." He added, "We were originally preparing to come here to receive the baptism of the Moon Palace's divine power in this world. Now that we see you, we can kill you first." The man and woman responded coldly and said in unison, "That's right." Fang Sui smiled when he heard this and said, "I sensed that someone was hiding in the dark and spying on me. It was you." After speaking, he suddenly took the initiative to attack without any warning. At the same time, the Hades cat on Fang Sui's shoulder also pounced lightly, as if it had no weight, and rushed straight to the woman with a cold expression and a proud face. Hel Rao on the other side saw the opportunity faster. Seeing the two sides start fighting, she immediately hid far away for more than 10 feet, showing that she would not participate and would only watch the excitement. Kai, the attacked woman of the Demon Moon tribe, was full of contempt, but she didn't expect the speed of the Hades cat to be so terrifying. The woman couldn't dodge it with a claw. A clear claw mark was left on her charming face. This attack was equivalent to disfigurement for a woman. The Demon Moon tribe woman screamed, and the black moon mark on her forehead suddenly fell off, emitting a dark light curtain, covering the Hades cat. On the other side, the three curse spirits in the curse ring on Fang Sui's hand pounced together. There was black air swelling around him, and the undead mummy turned into a dark dead wind and also appeared to join the battle. All the fierce creatures under Fang Sui's seat came out at the same time, all attacking the man of the Demon Moon clan. Fang Sui himself jumped into the air and kicked at Zhu Jian. He showed this thunderbolt method and took the initiative to attack, using the strategy of using the upper to deal with the lower. Among the three opponents, Zhu Jian was undoubtedly the weakest, so Fang Sui's fierce creatures came out at this time to contain the other two, and he personally took action against Zhu Jian, trying to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the three opponents were allowed to attack calmly and unite with each other, the situation Fang Sui faced would be several times more difficult. Therefore, he didn't move, but when he moved, it was like thunder and lightning. Zhu Jian was originally a defeated general under his hands. At this time, facing Fang Sui's kick that was like thunder and contained the power of a heavy mountain, how could he dare to neglect it? The blood moon on his forehead turned into a huge crescent blood blade, sweeping towards Fang Sui. At this moment, Fang Sui's kick was retracted, and the other kick was as fast as lightning, which was kicked out first and hit towards Jian. Fang Sui's changes in moves were smooth and unpredictable, and there was no sign beforehand, which was beyond Jian's expectation. He wanted to withdraw temporarily, but he felt that Fang Sui's kick contained a spiritual power that had locked him firmly. If he took the strategy of retreating, he would lose the initiative. Therefore, Jian shouted loudly, and the blood-colored moon blade in his hand shone again. He changed to a defensive position, trying to resist Fang Sui's fatal attack. But at this moment, black air filled Jian's back again, and the undead plague mosquito appeared, with a mouth like a sword, stabbing down on his head. Zhu Jian was attacked from both sides in an instant, with a trace of panic in his eyes. He tried his best to dodge, but although he avoided the mouthparts of the disaster mosquito, Fang Sui's kick had already taken advantage of the gap and approached him. With a click, the kick seemed light, but it pierced through the protective light emitted by Zhu Jian and hit him on the top of his head with extreme precision. Zhu Jian's eyes were full of brilliance, and an indescribable look emerged on his face. His body was frozen and motionless. Finally, he opened his mouth and exhaled his last breath, and his burly body fell down with a bang and died. The process of Fang Sui killing Zhu Jian is complicated, but it is actually as fast as thunder, and it changes so much in a breath. It is still less than a breath of time. Hell Rao, who was watching from a distance, saw the whole process clearly, and a trace of horror on her face could no longer be controlled and flashed away. Click. At the same moment, in another battle group, a cracking sound was heard. It was the cursed spirit in the shape of a dinosaur in the death ring. The man from the Demon Moon clan slapped his head and killed him instantly. After killing Zhu Jian, Fang Sui did not stop. He suddenly rose and fell, moved sideways in midair, and stepped out again, pressing directly towards the man from the Demon Moon clan. The man sneered and released a dark moonlight from his hand, which went diagonally upward to meet him. At this moment, Fang Sui's face became fierce, showing a magical power that he had never used before. His Danshan Divine Land shook, and the small mountain that was born when he broke through the late stage of the apostle suddenly rose from the Divine Land and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, a phantom of the Dark Mountain appeared at the end of Fang Sui's feet. Suddenly, as the phantom of the Dark Mountain appeared, the surrounding land suddenly collapsed in the shaking, as if it could not bear the weight of the Dark Mountain after it was born. The man from the Demon Moon tribe also felt a huge force coming at him, as if the sky wall was collapsing and pressing down. He never expected Fang Sui to have such a magical power. His face suddenly changed, and he only had time to shoot a ray of light from his brow, which turned into a round of illusory moon, shining like a waterfall, trying to hold up the hill. But he changed his tactics temporarily, but it was too late. The Dark Mountain only slowed down slightly and continued to press down. Crack. The moonlight transformed by the man from the Demon Moon tribe could not bear the weight of the mountain and exploded into scattered light rain. In a split second, Fang Sui's foot, which contained the power of the Dark Mountain, pressed on the man's forehead. He was horrified, but unfortunately he did not have the chance to use his magical power again. His head was shattered, and he died beyond recognition. Fang Sui dodged and fell to the ground, his face also turning pale. He killed 2 people in a row, and both times he killed the enemy quickly. It seemed easy, but in fact, this battle was because he felt that his opponent was strong. So he used all his strength, especially when he was supplying the disaster mosquito and the mummy, to be born at the same time, and had to support the Netherland ring to release the cursed spirit. The consumption of spiritual power has reached the limit. At this time, although the tactics were used properly, and he killed 2 enemies one after another, he was unstoppable, but his face was pale and not relaxed. Fang Sui turned his head and saw the nether cat raising its claws and piercing the forehead of the woman, who saw her companions being killed one after another and looked shocked and unbelievable. Obviously, the woman had no power to resist, and her soul was about to be grabbed and devoured by the nether cat. Fang Sui then let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the dead Demon Moon Clan man. This man actually died because he underestimated the enemy. If he paid enough attention to Fang Sui and used all his strength to meet Fang Sui's kick, it would be unpredictable who would win and who would lose between the two. As Fang Sui watched, he discovered a strange phenomenon. After the man died, the moon-shaped mark between his brows still shone with light, and a phantom portal appeared in the air. What was going on? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.